Hi. You're all here. You're in person. Most of you aren't wearing masks. It's a miracle. No, but if you choose to wear a mask, of course, feel free. It's whatever you prefer. That's the way we do it in SoCal at the moment. So welcome to the symposium in conjunction with our temporary exhibition. I can't remember what it's called. No, I'm kidding. Through Vincent's eyes, Van Gogh and his sources. So, you know, the show's been open a couple of weeks. I hope that most of you have had a chance to see it. If not, hopefully at some point today you can run up and look. It is a rather large exhibition, so it does take some time to go through, and there's plenty to read and to see. So I hope you come back many times. But I'm so delighted to be able to welcome such an international and prestigious group of scholars to speak to us today about Van Gogh and so many other things. And these are people who've come from all over the world, literally. Sjraar, who's our first speaker, came to us from Amsterdam. So they heroically have braved their travels to get here and are even suffering through jet lag, although he tells me he's figured out how not to ever suffer jet lag. And we all need to know that secret right away. But I'm going to try and keep the introductions to a minimum so that we don't have to go through the ritual of me getting up and introducing the next speaker. So you have the program in hand, and you can see for yourself how distinguished our speakers are. And it's a real variety too of voices, which is what we always look for. So I'll just say a few words about Sjraar, because in some ways he's our inevitable keynote speaker, because he has literally spent his entire professional life devoted to the art of Vincent van Gogh. So he occupies a very special place as the foremost recognized expert on this artist. And we were so fortunate to benefit from all of his advice during the formation of the project. I also just want to acknowledge a few people from staff, since I have you all as a captive audience, because so often people don't know what goes into the making of an exhibition of this size. And it's just a complete team. It takes the whole village, basically. So every single person on our staff contributed. But I wanted to call out in particular a couple of people. So Kelsey McGinnis was our registrar for this incredibly complex project. I know she's not here, but she did a fabulous job. And then Brock Odell and my assistant, Rachel Skakowski, who's sitting right here. They did some fantastic work, especially on this brilliant interactive that they did. I hope you enjoy that. Vincent Alessi provided so much of the digital material for that, and we were very fortunate to be able to work with him on that. And there's so many other people, Joe Price, the head of IT, who's taken care of this incredible simulcast. This is the first time this is actually simulcast. We have an international Zoom audience somewhere out there. Hello, everybody wave. But I'm so glad that most of this can still be in person. All of it's going to be posted online too. So if you doze off at some point, you can always recapture the moment. It is a little bit warm in here, so I'll forgive you if you do doze off. You can see that there are many seats open. They aren't really. The whole auditorium was sold out. So I'm just letting you know that there could be some movement as people come in a little late. I fear that maybe daylight savings time might have gotten the best of us a little bit. But, you know, with that, I'm going to let Sjraar just get up and do his thing. And we will have an informal sort of discussant relationship here. So there'll be a dialogue that takes place between the speaker and an assigned discussant. And then hopefully we can open it up to the audience largely at the end of the day. But yes, I hope you all enjoy. I know I'm going to, and thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, everybody. I hope after having boosted to Eik that I don't suffer jet lag, that I don't fall asleep halfway this lecture. Vincent van Gogh was fascinated by nature and rural life from when he was a child until his death. It put a huge stamp on his life and work. His sensitivity to it is not only clear in his magnificent paintings and drawing, in particular those which he produced in France, but also in his correspondence, since he was a formidable writer of letters. Nature and art often merge in them, because Van Gogh tended to see nature through the paintings by artists he admired. Here is how he reported a journey by boat through the rural province of Drenthe in November 1883, referring to paintings by Camille Corot, of which the landscape reminded him. It was still very dark, though, when we got to Zwelo at 6 o'clock in the morning. I saw the real Corots even earlier in the morning. The ride into the village was really so beautiful. Huge mossy roofs on houses, barns, sheepfolds, sheds. The dwellings here are very wide, among oak trees of a superb bronze, tones of golden green in the moss, or of reddish or bluish or yellowish dark lilac grays in the soil, tones of inexpressible purity in the green of the little wheat fields, tones of black in the wet trunks, standing out against the golden showers of swirling autumn leaves, which still hang in loose tufts as if they were blown there, loosely and with the sky shining through them, on poplars, birches, limes, apple trees. The sky unbroken clear, illuminating, not white, but a lilac that cannot be deciphered. White in which one sees swirling red, blue, yellow, which reflects everything, and one feels above one everywhere, which is vaporous and unites with the thin mist below, brings everything together in a spectrum of delicate grace. Almost 4.5 years later, Van Gogh travels to Arles by train and records again for Theo what he saw, and once more includes an analogy with landscapes in art. Before reaching Tarascon, I noticed some magnificent scenery, huge yellow rocks oddly jumbled together with the most imposing shapes. In the small valleys between these rocks, there were rows of little round trees with olive green or gray-green foliage, which could very well be lemon trees. But here in Arles, the land seems flat. I noticed some magnificent plots of red earth planted with vines, with mountains in the background of the most delicate lilac. And the landscape under the snow with the white peaks against the sky, as bright as the snow, was just like the winter landscapes the Japanese did. There's a danger in quoting Van Gogh because he tends to write so good that you may not be up to it yourself. Van Gogh was a boy from the countryside. He grew up in the village of Zandert in the southern Dutch province of Brabant. The sandy soil there was too poor for a wide variety of crops, but the landscape of woods, marshes, and heath enchanted the young Van Gogh. His sister Lise remembered how Vincent would make long walks and come home with all kinds of insects and bugs, which he then classified with their Latin names and kept in boxes. The Van Gogh family also made daily walks together, discovering the landscape around the village. Mother Van Gogh tended a large garden behind the vicarage, with flowers and plants as well as vegetables for own use. Religion, too, was an important factor. The family adhered to a rather enlightened movement within the Reformed Church, the so-called Groningen School, which gave much importance to the nature in which God revealed himself. Prose and poetry, oops, I shouldn't touch this. Oh, well, have to be careful with that. Prose and poetry were extremely important to the Van Gogh family. Vincent remained a voracious reader throughout his life. He read about nature in the writings of his favorite authors, such as Jules Michelet, his L'Oiseau, the bird. Another book that appealed to him was Alphonse Carr's Voyage autour de mon jardin, Voyage Through My Garden. He recommended it warmly to Theo in 1874. Carr's book takes the form of letters to a friend who traveled the globe. Carr makes it a point that his garden is a world in itself, and he recounts to his friend what is happening there. Van Gogh must have read the book as early as 1873. He had been appointed junior apprentice at the art gallery of Goupil in The Hague in 1869. His superior was Herman ter Steeg, and Van Gogh got on well with him and his family. In 1873 and 1874, he filled 3 small sketchbooks with drawings for ter Steeg's daughter, Betsy. The drawings are of all kinds, but a remarkable number shows subjects taken from nature. And it is clear that the reading of Carr's book had sharpened Van Gogh's eye. You see a drawing from Carr on the left and a drawing from the sketchbook for Betsy on your right. Yeah. The writer's voyage through his garden is illustrated with wood engravings that are echoed in Van Gogh's sketches, which may have been inspired by these illustrations such as the one on the left. Another example is the sketch of a dragonfly, which has a predecessor in the engraving in Carr's book on your left. Sorry, I was missing one. Must have happened when I was leaning on that computer. It is quite clear that Van Gogh wanted to convey his own fascination for nature to young Betsy. Van Gogh's career in the art trade ended in April 1876, when his superiors no longer tolerated his diminished interest in selling art. Van Gogh embarked on a series of new jobs and studies, but in the course of some 3 years, failed at all of them. Lastly, as a preacher among the miners in the Belgian Borinage. After a year of deep self-reflection and on the advice of his brother Theo in August 1880, he decided to make a leap of faith and become an artist, still living in Belgium at the time. As you may have noticed from the sketches for Betsy, Van Gogh was not blessed with a natural talent, but he had to work hard to master his new vocation. Art lovers tend to think of Van Gogh as an artist who worked spontaneous and purely by intuition, and though that is partly true, much of what he did and taught himself is based on strong discipline and a systematic approach. By intense study, he slowly but certainly grew in his possibilities. Not only was nature an ongoing inspiration, but also the ties of humankind with nature, is especially seen in the lives of the peasants. Most of all, he wanted to become a painter of peasants and of working class people, rendering scenes from their daily life, a choice in which he was led by his admiration for great realists like Jean-François Millet and Jules Breton. Later on, he would also become a very talented painter of portraits, thus giving the human face and figure a distinct place in his oeuvre. But anyone even vaguely familiar with Van Gogh's work will agree that his greatest achievement is in painting and drawing the landscape. His great love for nature made this a genre which he already mastered to some point at a time when his figures were often still quite clumsy. This very sensitive drawing of a Brabant landscape included in the exhibition was made in 1881 in Etten, where he had gone to live with his parents. The sewer next to it shows how Van Gogh was at the time still struggling to give a convincing image of a person in action. Van Gogh's preoccupation with the human figure dominates his early work. While living in The Hague in 1882 and 1883, he concentrated on drawing models wherever he could and avoided painting largely. In August 1882, however, he felt the need to paint, and significantly, he did not choose scenes from everyday life of the working class, but ventured in the woods near The Hague. And in this painting, hang on. And it's, sorry, lost my. In this painting, in the spirit of the masters of the Barbizon School, like Daubigny and Rousseau, he succeeded well in rendering the majestic character of the trees, which dwarfed the young girl which he included. Van Gogh had a great ability to give forceful expression to aspects of nature, and trees hold a prominent place in his work. This watercolor of a pollard willow, from around the same time as The Girl in the Woods, shows that very convincingly. Earlier that year, he had also made a drawing of a tree, here to your right, in which he compares to a drawing he had made of a nude pregnant woman, the well-known Sorrow. I quote, "The other one, Roots, is some tree roots in sandy ground. I've tried to imbue the landscape with the same sentiment as the figure, frantically and fervently rooting itself, as it were, in the earth, and yet being half torn up by the storm. I wanted to express something of life's struggle, both in that white, slender female figure and in those gnarled black roots with their knots. Or rather, because I tried without any philosophizing to be true to nature, which I had before me, something of that great struggle has come into both of them almost inadvertently. At least it seemed to me there was some sentiment in it, though I may be mistaken. Anyway, you'll have to see for yourself." Later that year, he would write in similar terms to Theo. "Sometimes I long so much to do landscape, just as one would for a long walk to refresh oneself, and in all of nature, in trees for instance, I see expression and a soul, as it were. A row of pollard willows sometimes resembles a procession of orphan men. Orphan men were elderly men in an old people's home." Van Gogh had been fiercely religious for several years. Although he abandoned that strong belief, he experienced a higher force in nature that he would later label as quelque chose là-haut, something on high, an almost animistic approach of nature, which he would try, and very successfully, to translate into his works of art. An aspect of nature that he found particularly captivating was the changing but ever-recurring cycle of the seasons. And his oeuvre gives clear testimony of the fascinations, as do his letters. In June 1885, it made him sigh, "It is something to be deep in the snow in winter, to be deep in the yellow leaves in the autumn, to be deep in the ripe wheat in the summer, to be deep in the grass in spring. It is something to be always with the mowers and the peasant girls, in summer with the big sky above, in the winter by the black fireplace, and to feel this has always been and will always be." That passage demonstrates the feelings of eternity that Van Gogh experienced in the passing of the seasons, a sentiment that would become an essential part of his work. His coupling of the season with peasant life in this quote is also characteristic of his thinking and his work as an artist. His oeuvre contains depictions of the seasons not only in the form of landscapes representing spring, summer, autumn, or winter, but also portrayals of peasants engaged in seasonal work. Such as sorry, just a little sip. such as reaping the wheat in summer, so sowing a crop in harvesting, and harvesting the grapes during autumn, and gathering wood in winter. Van Gogh left The Hague for several reasons, one of them being a growing need for a more rural environment. After a brief stay in the eastern region of the Netherlands, he went to his birth province of Brabant, where his parents and sisters now lived in the village of Nuenen. He had already developed an interest in the place in The Hague from letters which he had received from his family. From them, he had heard about a simple churchyard where peasants were buried and found it very appealing. I quote, "The churchyard with the wooden crosses is often on my mind, so I may do some studies for it in advance. I would like to do something like that in the snow, a peasant funeral, for example." Now his wish came true because it snowed in Nuenen in December, and he made a small sketch of precisely that subject he had hoped for, a funeral procession in the snow. Van Gogh found that at the same time, another location that strongly attracted him, the splendid garden behind the parsonage. He returned to it a bit later and made more ambitious drawings that caught the atmosphere of the winter garden remarkably well. Much of Van Gogh's time in Nuenen would be absorbed by painting and drawing the local weavers and preparations for and working on an intended masterpiece, the potato eaters. That painting, of course, is a celebration of humble peasant life, which is so meaningful in the strong ties which the peasants had with nature, a bond which elevated them above bourgeois culture. A very moving painting is the depiction he made of the simple peasant graveyard near the old tower in the Nuenen fields, which he had already longed to see when he was still in The Hague. He wrote to Theo, "I wanted to say how this ruin shows that for centuries, the peasants have been laid to rest there, in the very fields that he grubbed up in life. I wanted to say how perfectly simple death and burial happen, coolly as the falling of an autumn leaf, no more than a bit of earth turned over, the little wooden cross. The fields around, where the grass of the churchyard ends, beyond the little wall, they make a last fine line against the horizon, like the horizon of a sea. And now this ruin says to me how faith and religion molded the way, although it was solidly founded, how though the life and death of the peasants is and will always be the same, springing up and withering regularly like grass and the flowers that grow there in that churchyard." The summer of 1885 was almost entirely dedicated to the harvest of the wheat by making large drawings of peasants at work and of harvested wheat in the fields. In autumn of that year, Van Gogh turned to making still lifes and developed the type of still life that can be rightly named a peasant still life, showing the harvest crop, such as potatoes, pumpkins, and apples and pears. But it is now time to leave the Netherlands, jump over his 3 months in Antwerp, and land firmly in Paris. Van Gogh arrived in the French capital around 28th of February 1886, soon receiving the shock of his life. Although he knew he still had things to learn, he considered himself a painter who was beginning to master his trade and had built up confidence in his work with the dark colors. But the Impressionists had changed art, and bright and saturated colors dominated avant-garde painting. Already in the Netherlands, Van Gogh had acquired a deep knowledge about color theories and color contrasts, but had applied them within his palette of gray and dark tones, which subdued every effect. He had to change track dramatically. His way to modernization was facilitated by many things he saw, such as the work of the Impressionists and their followers, who were taking their predecessors' achievement a step further, but also much influenced by his growing admiration for Japanese prints with their bright color fields and daring compositions. He started bringing together a collection of these prints, studying them over and over again. Remarkably, Van Gogh was not hindered much in his love for nature while living in Paris. He did paint and draw some truly urban themes, but he and his brother Theo lived on Montmartre, which was at the time still partly rural. Van Gogh discovered the gardens and mills that partly dominated the hill and made him the subject of quite a number of paintings and drawings. In the exhibition, a painting of a man carrying a spade is strongly reminiscent of the work of the Barbizon painters such as Millet, and at the same time, it is a subject that he would find on Montmartre. In spring and summer, Van Gogh went painting along the Seine with the neo-impressionist Paul Signac. The new freshness of his work becomes much evident and led to a group of landscapes in lively and expressive colors. And in the autumn of 1887, he took his modern experiments further still. Armed with his knowledge, with his new idiom and knowledge, Van Gogh left Paris in February 1888. He settled in the small town of Arles in province, where he hoped to find an equivalent of Japan, a place bathing in bright light, with strong colors, and with the serene atmosphere that he had found in the Japanese prints and in articles he had read about the country and its artists. He was not disappointed, as you may remember from the quote I read at the beginning of this lecture. Spring soon brought him a chance to attack a subject that was Japanese as they come, blossoming fruit trees. Van Gogh had consciously decided to document the seasons after his arrival in Arles on February 1888, as is apparent from later letters. In September of that year, several days before moving into the Yellow House, he wrote to Theo, "As far as the house is concerned, the fact that it will be habitable continues to suit me very much. Will my work be worse because by staying in the same place, I'll see the seasons come and go on to the same subjects, seeing the same orchards again in spring, the same wheat fields in summer, I'll inevitably see my work regularly before me in advance and can plan better." And later, after Gauguin had joined him in Arles, and Van Gogh had started to make a decoration of paintings for the Yellow House, he wrote, "I don't yet know what Gauguin thinks about my decoration in general. I only know that there are some studies that he really does like. And the whole thing, I don't know anything about it myself yet, because I need more canvases of the other seasons." It is no surprise then that the spring campaign led to an impressive production. Before the last week of April, when the blossoms had disappeared, he produced 14 paintings of the orchards, as well as a drawing and a watercolor, all of which focus on newly awakening life. This work from the Color Muller is one of the happy results. An important goal for Van Gogh was that his work would provide the onlooker a moment of consolation and peace of mind, for which the emerging new life is an intensely suitable subject, of course. Much of his work should be seen in that light. In Van Gogh's eyes, these scenes with blossoming trees were intended to be comforting, and he wrote to Theo, "I'm in a fury of work, as the trees are in blossom, and I wanted to do a Provence orchard of tremendous gaiety." Such motives also lay behind a new artistic project that soon followed, the harvest of the wheat, a moment in its growing cycle of monumental importance for Van Gogh. It signaled the end of the cycle that began with the sowing and subsequently the growing, the maturing, and the harvest of the wheat. And after the beer fields had been plowed, the whole sequence would start anew. Even more than other seasonal landscapes, the wheat harvest spoke of a higher power and the eternity of nature and evoked the existence of something on high, which he had first expressed in The Hague in 1882. Van Gogh's religious faith in 1888 could probably best be typified as a form of pantheism, inspired by nature, whereby the something on high had become both more abstract and more quotidian in character, as he wrote to Bernard, Émile Bernard. I don't hide from you that I don't detest the countryside. Having been brought up there, snatches of memories from past times, yearnings for that infinite of which the sower, the sheaf, are the symbols, still enchant me as before. Among the works which Van Gogh made that summer was a large panoramic painting aptly named The Harvest. In the exhibition, a delightful small painting from that same time shows sheaves of harvested wheat. That summer, Van Gogh embarked on another important project. He intended to make a true modern figure piece by means of expressive color and chose to follow in the footsteps of Jean-François Millet by painting a sower. You will see a sower by Millet in the exhibition, a motive which Van Gogh greatly admired in Millet's work. The composition is rather hybrid because the peasant sows a plowed field that still has wheat growing in the background, a combination he could never have observed in real life. Sowing takes place in autumn and sometimes in the spring, but never at harvest time. Van Gogh must have been well aware of this, yet deliberately chose to unite these two important motives, the ripe wheat and the sower. It is probably one of the reasons why he was not satisfied with the painting, realizing how improbable the scene was. Summer gave Van Gogh an abundance of other subjects, such as lush gardens and parks, and the 4 still lifes with sunflowers that he made as a decoration for the Yellow House. But in early September, he was already preparing for another season, as he announced to Theo. I must warn you that very shortly I'll need a big order for colors for the autumn, which I believe is going to be absolutely marvelous. I'm so full of plans, and then the autumn promises to so many superb subjects that I simply don't know if I'm going to start 5 or 10 canvases. It will be the same thing as in the spring with the orchards in blossom. The subjects will be innumerable. In early October, he discovered a new autumnal motive, the grape harvest, a painting which shows his virtuosity of the brushstroke unlike any other. Oh, I'm sorry. This is, of course, the sower, which I mentioned, and this is the grape harvest. Van Gogh gave the grapevines, which almost seemed to grow out of the painting, the leading role in the composition. The grape-picking peasants are mere details, and it is in nature that defines his composition. That autumn, on 23 October 1888, Paul Gauguin arrived in Arles to join Van Gogh in the Yellow House. The first step towards what Van Gogh hoped would be a community of painters sharing a studio in the south. The two painters at first worked well together, and one of the first motifs they painted was the Alessi, the Roman necropolis, which was lined with sarcophagi and tall poplars that were then displaying warm autumnal colors and beginning to lose their leaves. This was, of course, a very appropriate symbolism, which will not have escaped the painters who were both sensitive to such things. The onset of autumn in a place where the Romans once buried their dead, that could not have escaped them. During the 2 months they were together, Van Gogh and Gauguin concentrated primarily on figures and portraits. And at the end of November, Van Gogh made another version of his Sower, and this time he was satisfied with the result. As dusk falls, the peasant walks across his field, and the sun forms a nimbus behind his head. The evocative, subdued colors are well suited to the autumn months in which such work is done, and Van Gogh was obviously pleased with the result, for he made another smaller variant of the work. The collaboration between Van Gogh and Gauguin ended in the notorious drama that made Gauguin decide to leave Arles in late December 1888. It shattered Van Gogh's hope for a studio in the south, and he was moreover confronted with his illness that had manifested itself and would deeply affect his life and work. Attacks caused him to be hospitalized several times. When spring came in 1889, he couldn't muster the same energy as a year before, but nonetheless he made several paintings of high quality. One of these is this orchard from the Van Gogh Museum, which again shows the ongoing influence of Japanese examples. Van Gogh felt that he needed serious professional help, and he decided to have himself admitted to the asylum in Saint-Rémy. His last months in all had been unhappy and tumultuous, not only because of Gauguin's leaving and his illness, but also because the neighborhood residents turned against him. The idea of staying in an asylum did also little to cheer him up, but shortly after his arrival there, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it provided a rather peaceful surroundings where he found the rest he badly needed. Besides, since not all rooms were occupied, he was given an extra room on the ground floor, which he could use as a studio. Much to his delight, the asylum had a slightly neglected old garden where he would find many motifs in the year that he spent there. For the time being, he was not allowed to go outside the walls of the asylum, but he immediately picked up the spring atmosphere in the garden and painted the roses and irises, as well as this magnificent view of the lush vegetation. Van Gogh's thoughts must have gone back frequently to Alphonse Karr's Voyage Through My Garden. Not only did he mention him in that same period as one of his favorite authors, he also made small studies in the garden that again show similarities with the illustrations in Karr's book. Van Gogh's room was on the upper story of the asylum, and it gave him a view that must have delighted him the first time he laid eyes on it. And I quote again, "Through the iron-barred windows, I can make out a square of wheat in an enclosure, a perspective in the manner of Van Gogh, above which in the morning I see the sunrise in its glory." The wheat was still green at this time, and flowers were growing in its midst. This crop ripened quickly under the warm sun, however, and at the end of June, Van Gogh was already able to paint the harvest, putting his easel in the field this time. The extent to which the growth cycle of the wheat was interwoven with his ideas about growth, blossoming, maturity, and death is apparent from the symbolism he attributed to the scene. And I quote again, "I then saw in this reaper a vague figure struggling like a devil in the full heat of the day to reach the end of his toil. I then saw the image of death in it, in this sense that humanity would be the wheat being reaped. So if you like, it's the opposite of that sower I tried before. But in this death, nothing sad. It takes place in broad daylight with a sun that floods everything with the light of fine gold. Curiously, Van Gogh had somewhat neglected real Provençal motives in art. He had painted the vineyards, but olive trees are missing from his work from that time, and cypresses function merely as a background. In Saint-Remy, however, Van Gogh's eyes opened for truly southern subjects, and he made plans for a series of work dedicated to them. He was disappointed to find no vineyards in the close vicinity of the asylum, but the dark cypresses now fascinated him, and they feature prominently in his work from Saint-Remy. This painting, with cypresses in a wheat field, olive trees, and the low mountains of Talpi in the background, is both a representative sampling of Provençal motives and a powerful image of the southern summer. Not only did Van Gogh discover the novel charms of olive trees and the strange silvery hues of their foliage, he also used them as an autumnal motive, since olives are harvested in mid-fall. He painted them with and without olive pickers, the latter such as in this painting from the Cronan Museum. The motive of the olive trees is, as you may know, at present the subject of a major show with the first venue in Dallas and the second venue, which opened 3 days ago at the Van Gogh Museum. Van Gogh's stay at the asylum was laced with long periods of inactivity when his illness dulled his senses after an attack or simply robbed him from energy. The first 3 months of 1890 were again heavily marked by mental breakdowns, but after recovering, Van Gogh discovered new spring motives in the garden, such as this painting of tree trunks and dandelions. Van Gogh by now felt that staying in the asylum was doing him harm rather than good, and he decided to venture north again. On 16 May 1890, he left Saint-Remy and traveled first to Paris, where he stayed with Theo for 3 nights from 17 to 20 May, and became acquainted with Theo's wife, Jo, and their baby, Vincent. On 20 May, he took the train to Auvers-sur-Oise. The pretty village was immediately to his liking, and Van Gogh found new creative energy. In the 10 weeks which he spent there, he would produce some 70 paintings. Once again, Van Gogh fell under the spell of the wheat fields surrounding the village, which was still green upon his arrival, and he was able to document the harvest in July. Clearly, he had still his revered peasant painters in mind when tackling such works. On 25 May, he wrote a letter to the art critic Joseph Jacob Isaacson, who had recently written an essay in which he drew attention to the progressive nature of Van Gogh's work. Van Gogh pointed out other painters to him. Let others better and more powerful than me express their symbolic language. Millet is the voice of the wheat, and also Jules Breton. Van Gogh's comment is odd because Isaacson was discussing the merits of the contemporary avant-garde, not the great artists of a previous decade. Van Gogh, however, was obsessed once more with the voice of the wheat. The landscape portrait bears witness to a phenomenon. Bears witness to a phenomenon that had first manifested itself in art, developed further in Saint-Remy, and matured fully in Auvers-sur-Oise. Van Gogh now furnished his wheat fields and other harvest landscape with a bare minimum of small figures, or even omitted them altogether, such as in this wonderful painting from Dallas, which is in the exhibition. This is a rather curious development for artists who felt so strongly about figures at work, yet it testifies above all to Van Gogh's realization that the crops in the field actually possessed an eloquence of their own, and figures only detracted from it. Landscapes and village view dominate Van Gogh's ouvrier production, but once he saw an opportunity to find models, he focused mainly on portraiture, which became increasingly important in his artistic considerations. On 5 June, he wrote to his sister Wilhelmine, "What I'm most passionate about, much more than all the rest in my profession, is the portrait, the modern portrait. I seek it by way of color, and I'm certainly not alone in seeking it this way. I would like, you see, I'm far from saying that I can do all this, but anyway, I'm aiming at it. I would like to do portraits which would look like apparitions to people a century later. So I don't try to do us by photographic resemblance, but by our passionate expressions, using as a means of expression and intensification of the character our science and modern taste for color." Reflecting on the modern portrait, even while fully occupied with the wheat motif, Van Gogh suddenly had a brilliant idea. In an unfinished and never sent letter to Paul Gauguin of around 17 June, he wrote about a painting that was nothing but ears of wheat. And I quote again, "Look, an idea which will perhaps suit you. I'm trying to do studies of wheat like this, however I can draw it. Nothing but ears, blue-green stems, long leaves like ribbons, green and pink, by reflection, yellowing ears slightly bordered with pale pink, due to the dusty flowering. On it, on a very alive yet tranquil background, I would like to paint portraits." On 2 July, he appeared to have carried out that plan and reported to Theo and Joe that he had made a portrait, and I quote again, "A figure of a peasant woman, big yellow head with a knot of sky blue ribbons, very red face, coarse blue blouse with orange spots, background of ears of wheat. With the figure of the young rosy-faced peasant woman seen before the backdrop of wheat, symbolic of the peasant life and the never-ending cycle of existence, Van Gogh imposed an extremely modern and highly personal interpretation on existing traditions of landscape and figure painting. In doing so, he brought together, at the end of his life, concerns of nature and rural life that had dominated his art for a decade." Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes? Yes. So thank you so much for that. That was a wonderful way to start our conversation today. And I'm not going to speak for very long because we have to make up a little bit of lost time. But
sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault at all. But one thing that struck me right away was your willingness, and as the foremost, most expert of Van Gogh in the world, really, to acknowledge that perhaps Van Gogh was not as successful as a figure painter as he was a landscape painter. And I wondered if you would expound on that a little bit, because I think that many of us have a hesitation of making that kind of judgment openly. Obviously, there are masterpieces associated with the figure too, yeah. But would you perhaps speculate a little bit about why it may be that the figure proved to be so difficult for Vincent?
It is a more complex thing, of course, and landscapes came really natural to him.
Right.
He had a very good feeling for that, and the figure must have a feeling of action, for example, which he simply couldn't do, certainly not at the beginning. And it took him also a bit later than the very rigid sower I showed at the beginning, sower of which his friend Anton van Rappert said, this is not a sower, but a man posing for a sewer. Very true, because the man is sounding completely rigid. But you see it also in his masterpiece, The Potato Eaters, which there is hardly any interaction. Every figure is seen as a figure in its own right. It's not something that was easy for him. And it is something that is very difficult, especially when you have several figures in the composition. Nature, though, appealed so much to him that it was a natural thing for him from early on. Mm-hmm. Every time he turns also as a starting artist to nature, it's simply there. It works for him.
Yeah, and it sort of seems like, as you said, from childhood, he had a real comfort with nature and was naturally drawn to it and obsessed with it. And it sort of sounds like as well, the allegorical quality of the changing seasons, for example, he felt very comfortable with. But I mean, I guess sometimes I just wonder whether or not it also has to do with the uneasy relationship he must have had in terms of his own identity with the peasants. As must have been the case for so many of these artists. I mean, Millet might have lived as though he were a peasant, but was he really a peasant? And did the peasants really think of Millet as being one of them? Did the miners in the Borinage really think of Vincent as being one of them? So I just wonder sometimes if that is the source of some of the awkwardness. Although on the other hand, looking in the exhibition at this wonderful painting of a mother and child by Millet from the Taft Museum, there does seem to be an incredible sensitivity and nuanced understanding of the subject that it doesn't seem to me that Vincent ever really accomplished in his depictions of the peasant. And often the peasant, quote unquote, is very schematically rendered. It's not like a portrait of a particular person, nor is the figure presented at a large scale as in a portrait. So I guess also there seems to be an interesting tension between what he's able to do with the genre of portraiture versus the figure, you know, generically speaking. And I guess I've been thinking about this a little bit too in terms of just caricature and the role of caricature and how appealing that is to him also as an idiom, you know, that he admires people like Daumier because they are committed realists, but they're doing types of people as quickly rendered from direct observation. And it seems like that's something he wants to be able to do, but he doesn't really seem to be able to do it. Is that sort of a fair thing to say?
That's certainly true. In general, Van Gogh was not equipped with great social talents. So that certainly played a role. For example, in the Borinage, that became completely clear. He was so deeply convinced that he could mean something for these people, but these people didn't understand him. He was kind of an intellectual type. The miners in the Borinage were not. Another thing was that he couldn't understand them and they couldn't understand him. They spoke the local patois. He spoke Parisian French, which he tried to change by talking very fast against these miners, which didn't help at all. Same thing with peasants. He wanted to be in peasant life, wanted to be one of them. He couldn't. He was the son of the vicar. He was a very bookish kind of person. He was as different from them as could be. They called him the little painter guy. Certainly not a peasant painter. That was not something they saw. So there were those aspects. And the focus on that and the great examples like Millet are not easy painters to copy or to step in the footsteps of some of those people. They were so good, so great. The paintings that he sent to Theo at the time were a bit of a shock for that refined art dealer in Paris. He received the Potato Eaters. Well, so there was a certain social distance between his objects And that plays no role in landscapes, for example. Later on, when in Auvert, he would change, he would become more mellow. I think that has also something to do with his illness. He thought more about human life, and religion played a role. And there are, from Auvert, there are reports that he was generally perceived as a very kind, very social man, pleasant, with a sense of humor, not something you hear in the years before. He changed, and you can perceive that in those wonderful portraits, also from Arles, that also played a role. The portrait of Gogh, for example, this portrait, which is wonderful, the portraits of Dr. Gachet, they show an intense feeling for the person and have an expression which really works.
No, I totally agree with you, especially in the portrait of Dr. Gachet, which really shows a certain amount of affection you can tell that he has for his sitter. Well, I think I'm probably going to bring it to a close just to make up a little bit of time. So if you have questions, we will be taking questions at the very end of all of the sessions. So we can engage with you then. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I just want to take this opportunity to thank the museum and Eik for the invitation to come out and present today, and also see what is a wonderful exhibition. In early 1890, while Van Gogh was interned at the asylum in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, he painted 5 portraits of Madame Junot, the Alessienne, based on a drawing he had received from Paul Gauguin. While Van Gogh had painted portraits of Junot while in Arles, the Saint-Rémy works stand out for their inclusion of 2 clearly identifiable novels, Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom Cabin and Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol. The inclusion of books in portraits and still life painting was not unusual for Van Gogh, nor was the intended symbolism of connecting literature to the plastic arts, or in the case of these portraits, to a broader reading of the work. In 1885, Van Gogh painted his still life with Bible, juxtaposing his father's Bible with Émile Zola's La Joie de Vivre. A work made in the Vanitas tradition, it both celebrates the life of Van Gogh's recently deceased father, but also makes comments on the clash between old and new ideas. The 1887 work, Still Life with Plaster Statuette, which Walter van der Veen suggests can be seen as the natural counterpart of Still Life with Bible, brings together a plaster cast and flower cutting with the Goncourt brothers Gemini Lesuteur and Gogh de Maupassant's Bellamy. Both of these books were read by Van Gogh at the time and are, as Judy Sun identifies, opposing texts. One is dominated by a stereotypical masculine character, while the other explores feminine sensibility. 10 months prior to completing the 5 portraits of Junot, Van Gogh had written to his sister Wilhelmine about the 2 texts placed prominently in the foreground of these paintings. He writes, "I've reread Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom with extreme attention, precisely because it's a woman's book, written, she says, while making soup for her children, and then also with extreme attention Charles Dickens's Christmas Tales. I read so little as to think about it more." Written at the time that Van Gogh had made the decision to enter the asylum, these novels reveal themselves to be important in Van Gogh's attitude to understanding his illness and finding solace, as he did throughout his life, in literature. They are texts that, in a way, reflected his own personality and life, particularly their key characters, who were, as Van der Veen writes, often alone against the world, oppressed, sensitive, touching, and misunderstood. In the context of the 5 paintings, the texts were meant for Madame Junot, who, like Van Gogh at the time, was also suffering from a nervous ailment. Van Gogh was a voracious reader. Literature had an enormous influence on his development as a person and as an artist. During his artistic career, it aided both the direction of his subject matter and, as in the examples above, added a complexity to the narrative of his compositions. Literature helped shape and reinforce his morals, ideals, and beliefs, and during his early artistic years was a compass as he searched for his creative voice. Much of what applied to Van Gogh's approach to art is, as the editors of the Vincent van Gogh The Letters argue, equally true of literature. Of all the authors mentioned by Van Gogh in his letters, and there are over 150 writers cited, one of the most referenced is Charles Dickens, the English writer whom, as Martin Bailey declares, Vincent admired most. Van Gogh had discovered Dickens as a child and became more acquainted with his oeuvre as an adult. He continued to cite the author, both in the context of books read and as an analogy to describe his work or ideals, as late as September 1889, 10 months prior to his premature death. Writing to his peer Anton Marappad in March 1883, 3 years after deciding to chance his arm at an artistic career, Van Gogh declared, "In my view, there's no other writer who's as much a painter and draftsman as Dickens." Navigating his way as an artist at this stage, a reference to an author in the context of the visual arts highlights Van Gogh's aim to synthesize the many influences which had shaped his life up until that point, as well as reinforcing the esteem he held for literature and the important relationship and juncture which he believed existed between the literary and plastic arts. In this lecture today, I want to introduce the influence of Dickens on Van Gogh, particularly in the years preceding his decision to become an artist, reinforcing the fact that literature was always central to his life and was an instrumental tool in defining his path to an artistic career. I'll reveal how his view of London was shaped by his early readings of Dickens. I'll explore how Van Gogh's religiosity, formed during his years in England, took cues not only from religious texts such as John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress and Thomas à Kempis's The Imitation of Christ, but also from Dickens and his literary treatment of the life of the working poor and forgotten. I'll draw attention to how Dickens was to become a key influence, one amongst many, that established Van Gogh's conceptual framework for his life as an artist, which would enable him to make symbolic works such as the portraits of Junot. Finally, I'll explore the notion of home as it was written by Dickens and depicted by Van Gogh, establishing their shared interest and sensibility. Van Gogh was raised in a family where reading was encouraged and highlighted and highly regarded. As Sjraar has writes how both of Van Gogh's parents, particularly his mother Anna, instilled in their children a love of nature and literature. Continuing, he recalls how most who knew the young Vincent described him as, and I quote, "as a quiet but friendly boy who read a great deal and was fond of exploring the outdoors." As a 12-year-old, Van Gogh was sent to a private school where for the next 3 years, he studied various texts in French, English, and German, the first two languages which as an adult he was able to converse, and in the context of Dickens, read novels in the original English and French translation. Carol Jacobi, in the recent exhibition catalogue exploring Van Gogh's time in England, confirms how during his teenager years, Van Gogh was devouring Dickens and others in the original, as well as in translation, well before he began work in The Hague and subsequently London. While Dickens is most associated with the English-speaking world and Victorian England in particular, he was widely translated and read across continental Europe during his life, and the Netherlands was no exception. Seen as quintessentially English and therefore viewed as a national novelist, he is, however, an author who is far more international. While most of his novels and journalism are set in or focused on London, their broader messaging and moralizing are universal. Michael Hollington has described Dickens as a writer of global significance due to his universal themes and his ability to both speak to and be heard by a broad and multinational audience. Dickens's first appearance in the Netherlands dates to 1836, when the journal De Gids included a translation of the story of the goblins who stole a sexton in its third edition. Though De Gids did not continue publishing Dickens, others quickly filled the void, aware of the author's popularity. Onan Dekkers argues that Dickens's popular reception in the Netherlands can be categorized under three broad headings: Dickens the Christian moralist, Dickens the social critic, and Dickens the realist. Dickens's sense of optimism, respect for his characters and readership, focus on family and the home, and his sensitive portrayal of the poor and outcasts endeared him to a Dutch public who valued notions of domesticity and charity. The imbued sense of an everyday Christian morality was central to his appeal. He was seen, as in the words of Dostoevsky, as the great Christian, a writer who went beyond merely chronicling his city and describing national traits. Writing to a Scottish Reverend, David McRae, Dickens reaffirmed the existence of a religious element in his work. He writes, "With a deep sense of my great responsibility always upon me when I exercise my art, one of the most constant and most earnest endeavours has been to exhibit in all my good people some faint reflections of the teachings of our great master, and unostentationally to lead the reader up to those teachings as the great source of all moral goodness." Such a novelist whose fiction described and reflected the fast-changing times of industrialization, while also championing older pious qualities, would have undoubtedly appealed to the sensibilities of the Van Gogh family, whose patriarch Theodorus Van Gogh was a pastor in the Dutch Reformed Church. Dickens would have aligned with their Protestant ethos and affirmed their view of what constituted an acceptable family life, notions of honest and hard work, and how one should treat and engage with others. Moreover, as followers of the Groningen School, Dickens's focus on moral formation, in contrast to the strict dogma of the High Church, aligned with the Groningen School's central beliefs and teachings. Dickens' Christianity was, as Emma Mason describes, representative of the spirit of the age, a particularized form of observation learned from gospel parables. For Dickens, the spirit of Christianity was love and community, while rejecting what he regarded as the hypocritical orthodoxy, that too tight a hand of the established church, a form of Christianity which appealed and was similar to that practiced by the Van Goghs. During the 19th century, many critics believed reading Dickens and novels more generally made one a better person. Susan Steinbach argues that for the Victorians, the novel was, at its best, not just entertainment or a representation of society, but a tool for teaching moral lessons. While written specifically in the context of British culture, such a view was shared by many in the Netherlands at the time. In an early review, E.J. Potgieter, an early contributor to De Gids, encouraged the reading of A Christmas Carol, and I quote, "if you want to become a better person." The journal Van der Lensche Lettervingen, which celebrated A Christmas Carol's Christian dimension, declared, "May the Christian love it breathes inspire many hearts." It is not surprising, therefore, that the Van Gogh family encouraged the reading of Dickens and other similar authors to their children. It was a form of moral education. Van Gogh confirmed to Van Ruppert that he had read Dickens' Christmas stories since his youth. He wrote, "I find all of Dickens beautiful, but those two tales, I've reread them almost every year since I was a boy, and they always seem to me new." This text presence is clear and consistent throughout his life, evident in his last year with the inclusion of The Christmas Carol in the 1890 portraits of Madame Junot. When Van Gogh first traveled to London, his experience of and in the world's greatest metropolis was through a Dickensian lens. On the 17th of March, 1873, Van Gogh advised his younger brother Theo, "You'll have heard that I'm going to London, and probably very soon." He wrote about the move with both enthusiasm and a sense of apprehension. He declared, "Life in London will be very different for me," but also that he was looking forward to seeing London very much. Van Gogh's knowledge of London and English culture was limited and shaped not through direct or parallel experience, but rather predominantly through literature. He was familiar with the writings of George Eliot, and he was aware of Blanchard, Giraud, and Gustave Doré's London, a Pilgrimage. His knowledge was definitely shaped by the images presented by Dickens in his novels. Van Gogh's view of London was simply Dickensian. By mid-May, Van Gogh had arrived in London to work. The initial trip, where he remained employed with the gallery, was to last for just over 2 years. He was then transferred to the Paris office, where at the beginning of 1886, he was advised of his dismissal to take effect on the 1st of April. This initial period of London saw Van Gogh live the life of what can be best described as a middle-class gentleman, where his life consisted of working and enjoying the pleasures of London. In an early letter after his arrival sent to Willem and Caroline van Stockholm-Heembeek, Van Gogh described his usual day. "I'm already finished with my work at 6 o'clock, so I still have a fair amount of time for myself, which I spend very pleasantly walking, reading, and writing letters. The neighbourhood where I live is very pretty and so peaceful and convivial that one almost forgets one is in London." In the same letter, he confirmed having already visited Rotten Row in Hyde Park, where he writes, "where hundreds of ladies and gentlemen go riding," and a week later that he had travelled to the countryside, which he described as so beautiful and where the many people who have their business in London live. Andrew Sanders argues that Dickens's representation of London differed to Balzac's depiction of Paris as a socially and culturally diverse city, in that Dickens's London is oriented towards middle-class life and aspiration. His characters emphasize the pursuit not of aristocratic riches and glamour, but instead financial security and bourgeois respectability. This could not have been any closer to Van Gogh's own reality. He was not seeking his fortune, but rather a career within the growing art world. He arrived in London as a respectable middle-class top hat-wearing professional, qualities expected to be maintained by his family. It was this notion of the middle class, hardworking, respectable, and guided by a well-defined moral fortitude, that paralleled that of the world in Dickens's novels, particularly in a novel such as Great Expectations, which Sanders writes distinguishes the self-helping and often self-made middle class, both from the do-nothing luxury of life in the West End and from the misery and penury of the insalubrious alleys frequented by Fagin and Bill Sykes in Oliver Twist. After being moved on from his employment as an art dealer in 1876, Van Gogh embarked on a new mission to become a preacher or lay minister. Returning to England, he found work at a boys' home. Writing to his parents, he indicates for the first time the impact that Dickens had in shaping his view of the city. Writing about an impending visit to Whitechapel, he described it for his parents as that extremely poor area which you will have read about in Dickens. The letter does not shed any further light on which novel Van Gogh was referring. That was most likely Oliver Twist, where after being recaptured by Fagin's gang, Oliver is taken to a house in Whitechapel. Throughout this period, Van Gogh continued to refer to Dickens when attempting to create a visual description for either his parents or for Theo. To Theo, he wrote, the window of my room looks out over gardens with pine trees and poplars, and the back of old houses, including a large one covered with ivy. A strange old plant is the ivy green, said Dickens. There can be something so serious and rather sombre in that view, and you should see it with the morning sun on it. On another occasion, he writes, twilight is already falling. Blessed twilight, Dickens called it, and indeed he was right. A reference to Dombey and Sons, where Dickens writes, blessed twilight stealing on and shading her so soothingly and gravely as she falls asleep like a hushed child upon the bosom she has clung to. While these references in Van Gogh's letters indicate how he's able to illustrate London life to those back home, perhaps Dickens's more profound influence on the artist was in his refining his morals and ideals and his empathy towards the working and lower classes. One of Van Gogh's favourite novels was Hard Times, a book that had been attacked for its sullen socialism and its critique of social conditions in Victorian England, while at the same time being praised for its importance as a chronicle of Victorian industrial society. The novel is not set in London, but rather in Coketown, a northern England town based in part on Dickens's personal experience of a big strike in Preston. The novel tells a story of the struggles of the working class, the refinement and politics of the wealthy built upon those struggles, the structure of the class society, and the potential for individuals to move within such a structure. Early in the novel, Dickens vividly describes the characteristics of Coketown, paralleling those of industrial cities spreading throughout England. Dickens damned the consequences of industry, the environmental impact, and the conditions that workers face every day in the factories and mines. He also offered for Van Gogh, who had never travelled to any of the great industrial cities like Birmingham, Manchester, or Sheffield, his only experience about a literary one of these industrial centres. One of the main characters in Hard Times, Stephen Blackpool, a power loom weaver, who is wrongly accused of robbing the town bank, was greatly admired by Van Gogh, who described him as a worker who is well portrayed and extremely likeable. Towards the end of the novel, Blackpool is injured after falling down an old mine shaft. While on a stretcher after being rescued and close to death, he relates his feelings regarding the terrible experience, the poignant thoughts reflecting Dickens' view on the dangers associated with industrial work. This depiction would have resonated with Van Gogh, who witnessed such accidents while working in the Belgian mining district of the Borinage from January 1879 to October 1880. Moreover, they created in him a deep empathy for people in similar positions, subjects which would fuel the content of his work for the first 5 years of his practice. The greatest manifestation of Van Gogh's empathy for the working class was in his work, and can also be seen in his first great collection he assembled, the 2,000 plus black and white popular prints cut from newspapers like the Graphic and the Illustrated London News. This collection is of immense importance, that it was used by Van Gogh as a teaching aid, and more significantly, as it helped shape his view of what it meant to be an artist. There are countless examples of prints in Van Gogh's collection which depict industrial accidents and the life of miners. This work, C.J. Stannard's The Two Widows, is one that relates to the earlier referenced Dickens text from Hard Times. The print has at its centre two women, the youngest being consoled after hearing of the death of her husband due to a mining accident. In the background, a crowd surrounds a mine shaft, frantically attempting to save others trapped after a colliery explosion. Both Stannard and Dickens drew attention to the fundamentals of life and suggest that in these experiences, regardless of class, all people were equal. In Hard Times, Stephen Blackpool passes away moments after being rescued, leaving behind a wife and children. In Stannard's drawing, this loss is also emphasised as a widow consoles a newly realised widow. The text which accompanied this drawing was a sombre reminder that the working class also felt and feared many of the new dangers in a rapidly changing landscape. For Van Gogh, both Dickens and Stannard were full of empathy and of the highest artistic order. Both art forms were interchangeable. Both artists were of great influence. One of Van Gogh's few lithographs reveals how he intended to become an illustrator for the London-based newspapers, and also how he referenced images found in Dickens's novels. Moreover, it reveals how he wanted to create works which fitted within a Dickensian narrative. At Eternity's Gate shows an old peasant sitting beside a small fire, heads in hands. Writing to Theo, he declared, "I was trying to say this in this print, that it seems to me that one of the strongest pieces of evidence for the existence of something on high, in which Millet believed, namely in the existence of a God and an eternity, is the unutterable moving quality that there can be in the expression of an old man like that, without his being aware of it perhaps, as he sits so quietly in the corner of his hearth. At the same time, something precious, something noble that can't be meant for the worms." As a source, Van Gogh must have referred to an illustration from Charles Dickens's novel Hard Times by the artist Arthur Boyd Houghton. The figure in Boyd Houghton's illustration is a similar crowned head, the elbows lean on the knees in the same way, and the positioning of the sitter is almost identical. Features Van Gogh highlighted in his own drawing in a letter sent to Van Rapid. In both Van Gogh's lithograph and Boyd Houghton's illustration, the key figure is in a moment of contemplation bordering on despair, revealing how Van Gogh sought to not only copy technically from his source, but also symbolically. Years later, as his ability matured and the breadth of his subject widened, Van Gogh still had literature and authors like Dickens nearby. However, they began to play an even more symbolic role. One area of this is the shared sensibility and belief in the notion of home and its symbolic potential. In the 19th century, Dickens was the undisputed master of creating and championing the notion of home. Francis Armstrong argues that Dickens was, in large part, responsible, with Queen Victoria's help, for its creation and endorsement. The esteemed Dickens scholar Michael Slater reinforces this view, especially the connection with Queen Victoria, arguing, obviously Dickens was, in his idealization of hearth and home and the family circle, very much a man of his age, an age when the British monarchy under Victoria and Albert was reconstituted as a highly domestic institution. The focus on and celebration of home, particularly in the first half of his career, was for Dickens deeply rooted in his traumatic and disrupted experience of this sanctuary as a child. His biographer, John Forster, writes how his child's sufferings burnt into him the misery of loneliness and a craving for the joys of home, while the modern biographer, Peter Ackroyd, comments, Dickens's acute sense of and need for home sprang from his own experience of being banished from that blessed place. In his conclusion to Sketches of a Young Couple, written in 1840, Dickens clearly articulates his view of home as a happy and moral sanctuary, a place of peace and one that all should aspire. Before marriage and afterwards, let young couples learn to center all their hopes of real and lasting happiness in their own fireside. Let them cherish the faith that in home and all the English virtues which the love of home engenders lies the only true source of domestic felicity. Let them believe that round the household gods, contentment and tranquility cluster in their gentlest and most graceful forms, and that many weary hunters of happiness through the noisy world have learned this truth too late and found a cheerful spirit and a quiet mind only at home at last. This view of home can also be seen in Van Gogh's own experience. However, unlike Dickens, his childhood was not one of trauma and disruption. In fact, it was quite the opposite. While Dickens looked back to his youth as a reference for what he didn't want, Van Gogh as an adult looked back to his childhood home as something he wished to reclaim. Writing to Theo at one of his lowest points, financially stricken, failing as a lay preacher and rudderless in life, he passionately and honestly spoke of home in the context of his mother country. You'll find in Sylvester's Les Philosophies sur le Toit how a man of the people, a simple workman, very wretched, if you will, imagined his mother country. Perhaps you have never thought about what your mother country is, he continued, putting a hand on my shoulder. It's everything that surrounds you, everything that raised and nourished you, everything you have loved. This countryside that you see, these houses, these trees, these young girls laughing as they pass by over there, that's your mother's country. The laws that protect you, the bread that is the reward of your labor, the words that you exchange, the joy and sadness that come to you from the men and the things among which you live, that's your mother country. The little room where you once used to see your mother, the memories she left you, the earth in which she rests, that's your mother country. You see it, you breathe it everywhere. Just think, your rights and your duties, your attachments and your needs, your memories and your gratitude. Put all that together under a single name, and that name will be your mother country. At a time where he had become distant from what was once his close-knit family due to his professional failings and idiosyncratic life choices, Van Gogh pleads with Theo for understanding while also clearly arguing that he sought the tranquility and joy of home. While the relationship with his family, particularly his parents, improved, it always remained, however, somewhat tumultuous. Van Gogh's pursuit of creating a home, similar to those seen in Dickens's novels, manifested in his relationship with the prostitute Signe Hornig. Taking her and her child in, Van Gogh aimed to create the perfect home, mother, father, and children living in domestic bliss. In Signe, he found a woman who needed him as much as he needed her, and his rescuing of the fallen woman was a Victorian trope that was described and illustrated in the newspapers which Van Gogh admired, and also in the pages and life of Dickens. Slater describes how the most prolonged and intensive charitable effort of Dickens's life was that concern with trying to reclaim some of these women, that is prostitutes, and turn them to domesticity. For many years, Dickens was an active supporter of the Home for Homeless Women established at Shepherd's Bush by Miss Coutts. He described the institution as follows. The object of the home was twofold. First, to replace young women who had already lost their characters and lapsed into guilt in a situation of hope. Secondly, to save other young women who are in danger of falling into the like condition and give them an opportunity of flying from crime when they and it stood face to face. In a pamphlet Dickens wrote for the organisation, given to female prisoners as advice upon their exit into society, he further articulated his aspirations, writing how they would be taught all household work that would be useful to them in a home of their own and enable them to make it comfortably and happy, confirming to Miss Coutts that such women had to be tempted into virtue. These ideals of reclaiming fallen women and placing them within the safety of domesticity was exactly what Van Gogh aspired to with his relationship with Signe. Moreover, this social service was also to serve as subject matter for many of Van Gogh's works created during this period, artistically following the lead of popular illustrations and also Dickens's literature. In two drawings, Van Gogh shows Signe respectably dressed, attending to household chores. Oops, I seem to have lost those images. One depicts her diligently sewing, perhaps preparing clothes for the modest household. The second shows her sitting on a bench, peeling potatoes, a meal that was to become the central motive for Van Gogh's first great genre painting. Shown in a sparse setting, the scene recalls the interiors of simple homes occupied by the working and rural classes. A further work depicting a child kneeling at a cradle reveals a further aspect of homely bliss. A drawing of Signe's daughter watching over her recently born child is tender and innocent. In this simple moment of wonderment and love, Van Gogh reveals both his admiration and aspiration for such a life. Furthermore, it is a scene which appealed to Van Gogh and was consistent with his aim of creating art that was of the people in their most sincere and simple. One of Van Gogh's greatest manifestations of his view of home was the Ambitious Potato Eaters, painted in 1885. This work was Van Gogh's first great genre painting and the climax of his work in the Netherlands. It was of utmost importance as Van Gogh wished to, in the words of Louis van Tilburg, prove himself to the world after 5 years of study. It was a painting that was to come to define the artist's Dutch years. It was a crescendo of not only years of practice and endless studies, but also a culmination of the many influences which had shaped Van Gogh's view of what constituted an artist and art itself. The great painter of peasants, Jean-François Millet, the colorist Eugène Delacroix, the master English black and white illustrators, his belief in the spiritual existence in nature and the humble worker, and of course in literary greats such as Dickens. In Dickens's description of Kit Nubble's new abode in the old curiosity shop, one can begin to see the parallel between Dickens and Van Gogh's esteem of the home of the poor. And let me linger in this place for an instant, writes Dickens, to remark that if ever household affections and love are graceful things, they are graceful in the poor. Continuing, his words seem to bring together the many threads evident in Van Gogh's painting, the piousness of the working poor, the beauty of their simple and humble existence, and the sacredness of the family home. Dickens writes, "The ties that bind the wealthy and the proud to home may be forged on earth, but those which link the poor man to his humble hearth are of the truer metal and bear the stamp of heaven. The man of high descent may love the halls and lands of his inheritance as part of himself, as trophies of his birth and power. His association with them are associations of pride and wealth and triumph. The poor man's attachment to the tenements he holds, which strangers have held before and may tomorrow occupy again, has a worthier soil. His household gods are of flesh and blood, with no alloy or silver, gold or precious stone. He has no property but in the affections of his own heart. And when they endear bare floors and walls, despite of rags and toil and scanty fare, that man has his love of home from God, and his rude hut becomes a solemn place." Slater suggests that part of Dickens's deeply held lifelong belief in the sacred nature of home can also be seen in the emphasis on the provision of food as one of the two essentials, the other being warmth, the fire brightly burning on the hearth. The Potato Eaters is not merely a depiction of a family together sharing a meal. It also speaks to this idea of provisions. This can be seen not only in the meal being shared, but also the many objects which surround the family, speaking to the scarcity of their existence and survival by meagre possessions. A kettle, cutlery and cooking utensils hanging from the ceiling, a single dish to eat from, cups for drinking coffee, and a framed crucifix hanging on the left-hand side of the room. Van Gogh's aim with this work was to cement his place within the canon of peasant painters, a visual arts parallel to Dickens's position as a writer of the London urban poor and disenfranchised. Both aim to do this with empathy and an overt religious symbolism. Writing to Theo, he declared this loudly: "When I say that I'm a peasant painter, that is really so and will become clearer to you in the future. I feel at home there, and it's not for nothing that I've spent so many evenings sitting pondering by the fire with the miners and the peat cutters and the weavers and peasants here, unless I had no time to think because of the work. I've become so absorbed in peasant life by continually seeing it all hours of the day that I really hardly ever think of anything else." Continuing, he writes, "So what I hope not to forget is that it's a question of going around in clogs, that is, of being content as regards food, drink, clothes, sleep, with what the peasants are content with." Another key aspect of Dickens's notion of home was the hearth. Armstrong argues that the fire is the most essential element, more important than walls or roof, in both the physical Victorian house and the period's notion of home. This was embraced and further populated by Dickens. In The Cricket on the Hearth, the third of his Christmas books, which Van Gogh so deeply admired, Dickens writes what Michael Slater has described as his fullest and most distinct direct expression of a deeply held lifelong belief in the sacred nature of home. Dickens writes, "The hearth she has, how often blessed and brightened," said the cricket, "the hearth which but for her were only a few stones and bricks and rusty bars, which has been through her the altar of your home, on which you have nightly sacrificed some petty passions, selfishness, or care, and offered up the homage of a tranquil mind, a trusting nature, and an overflowing heart, so that the smoke from this poor chimney has gone upward with a better fragrance than the richest incense that is burned before the richest shrines in all of the gaudy temples of this world, upon your own hearth, in its quiet sanctuary, surrounded by its gentle influences and associations. Hear her, hear me, hear everything that speaks the language of your hearth and home." The hearth as central to the home can be seen in a number of works by Van Gogh. While not visible in the aforementioned Potato Eaters, its presence exists outside of the picture frame, as Van Gogh noted to Theo when discussing framing options. He wrote, "In reality, it's also in a gilt frame, as it were, since the hearth and the light from the fire on the white walls, which now lie outside the painting, but in real life throw the whole thing backwards, would be closer to the viewer, Once more, one must enclose it by placing something in a deep gold or copper color around it. Peasant Woman Cooking by a Fireplace from 1885 shows a peasant woman actively working over a small brick fire, undoubtedly preparing a meal for her family. In another work from the same period, was Peasant Woman by the Fireplace, Van Gogh once again depicts the mother of the home working by the fireplace, on this occasion peeling potatoes, the empty chair opposite, indicating that it was a location of shared work and other domestic activities. In two earlier works, both drawings from 1881, we see Van Gogh declaring the symbolic intention of his practice. Both depict the farmer in the evening by the fireside. In one, the farmer sits in front of his fire reading a book, an image which recalls Armstrong's view that Dickens's books have promoted the value of cozy fireside activities, including, of course, the reading of his books. The symbolism of the poor rural class doing something as simple as reading was not lost on Van Gogh. As a child, he was encouraged to read not only as a form of education, but also as moral development. As an adult, he would have been aware of the literary tropes as used by authors like Dickens, but also as seen in black and white popular illustrations, such as in this work, The Agricultural Labour, where a farmer sits alone at night, reading not modern literature, but his Bible. A second image, which Van Gogh gave an English title, Worn Out, indicating his hope that it may suffice as a work for the English newspapers, shows a labourer in the evening, head bowed, elbows on knees, staring into his simple fire as his kettle boils. Sjraar describes this work as laden with meaningful inventions. Writing about this and connected work, Van Gogh explained his intentions. The idea of drawing types of working men from the people for the people and circulating them as popular publications, seeing the whole thing as necessary, being an affair of duty and charity, that and nothing else than that. See, that idea is such that I believe one is entitled to assume, even if it isn't successful immediately or at once, the thing is as true today as it was yesterday and will be as true tomorrow. The expression, the thing is as true today as it was yesterday and will be as true tomorrow, was based on a phrase from Dickens's Little Dorrit, where Daniel Doyce, confronted with bureaucratic pushback while trying to apply for a patent, states, the thing is as true as it was ever. While Van Gogh used this phrase to discuss his overarching project of producing a series of prints, of which Worn Out would be one, it indicates that Dickens was never too far away from his thinking when it came to making works which would be distributed widely and have a role in promoting moral truths. At the peak of his powers, when he was creating some of the most colourful and energetic works of the late 19th century, Van Gogh once again returned to Dickens, however, this time to speak of his admiration of another source of influence, his peer and friend, Paul Gauguin. In the 1870 Christmas issue of the Graphic, published Luke Fielding's moving drawing, The Empty Chair, Gad's Hill, 9th of June, 1870, to commemorate the recent death of Dickens. Fielding portrayed the writer by way of an empty chair, solemnly standing in Dickens's study. Van Gogh greatly admired this print and would have remembered its composition and finer details. He would have also been able to read this work symbolically, the empty chair representing the person who had just passed. In Fielding's drawing, Dickens's chair was a comfortable and luxurious armchair. Behind it stands a simple armless chair, placing Dickens's visitor in a subordinate position. Although Van Gogh no longer had this print at hand, he had left his collection back in Holland years earlier, it undoubtedly left an impression, as it seems to be the inspiration for two paintings created in 1888. Gauguin's chair, which has as its pendant Van Gogh's chair, was, like Fielding's illustration, a symbolic representation of each artist. Gauguin's chair is a comfortable armchair compared to Van Gogh's own simple straw chair, indicating the leading role Gauguin must have played in the creation of the Studio of the South. On Van Gogh's chair are the items of a worker, a tobacco pouch and pipe. By contrast, a candle and books sit on Gauguin's chair, confirming Van Gogh's view of him as a worldlier, more intelligent, and the greater artist. Gauguin was being placed on par with someone like Dickens. Both were artists who Van Gogh admired, believed that he could learn from, and regarded as great influences. While the parallels exist symbolically, they're even more obvious stylistically. Although Van Gogh may not have had the illustration on hand, he was able to remember its composition to assist with his own work. In both the chairs face the same direction. The light falls on Dickens's chair through the large bay window is replicated by candlelight on Gauguin's. The arm and back of the chairs are similarly curved, only the seat and legs are different. The simple and perhaps unnoticeable detail of a lack of shadow is also consistent in both images, an aspect Van Gogh could only have been aware of through comparison. Literature was central to Van Gogh's life, both growing up and when he finally found his vocation as an artist. Writing to Van Rappert in 1883, he outlined his growing realization of what made art important. Art is something larger and loftier than our own skill or learning or knowledge. That art is something which, although produced by humans' hands, is not wrought by the hands alone, but wells up from a deeper source in our soul. And that I find something in dexterity and technical knowledge about art that reminds me of what in religion they'd call self-righteousness. My sympathies in the literary as well as the artistic sphere are drawn most strongly to those artists in whom I see the soul most at work. Concluding, he declared, Dickens has it. Throughout his life, Van Gogh continued to turn to Dickens for inspiration and for comfort. He placed Dickens on the highest of pedestals as he saw in him the literary parallel of a just and worthwhile art of the people for the people. Quite simply, Dickens and his view of the world was a significant influence in shaping Van Gogh's life and, more importantly, the direction of his art. Thank you.
No, just
Hello, can everyone hear me? Is this working? I just want to say how glad I am to be here discussing Van Gogh's sources in such fine company and how much I enjoyed Dr. Alessi's presentation. And also, and I'll just show this right here, his recent book, Popular Art and the Avant-Garde, Vincent van Gogh's collection of newspaper and magazine prints, which contribute so meaningfully to our understanding of how these images shaped him as an artist, but also as a social realist. And I think it's just fascinating to bring together Van Gogh and Dickens. These are two monolithic figures from the 19th century. In many ways, they're maybe the two biggest artistic celebrities that we have of the period. Dickens very much in his own time. But to hear about how they were connected, to me, is so interesting. And we see this connection, as your talk showed us, in the letters. It's very well documented. There are 54 letters that mention Dickens, both quoting directly, as your talk showed, quotes from memory from Dickens, but also reflecting in great detail about how reading Dickens every year, rereading Dickens, shaped Van Gogh's philosophy when he was just becoming an artist. This is even before he was painting, when he was just beginning to experiment with drawing, when he was a young man living in England in what would be the college years for my students, at least. So I think that this is just a fascinating relationship. And I have so many questions about it and so many sources of fascination. And one of them, which I'll just bring up first, is something you touched on that I thought was just wonderful, which is the illustration by author Boyd Houghton of from Hard Times. And it's really, I don't know if you all felt this way, but I felt like it was such a striking similarity in seeing those images. But another sort of layer of the way that Van Gogh absorbed Dickens was from illustrators. So there's this really complex layering of his Dickensian influence in the time period. Not just that Van Gogh avidly reread Dickens in English and in other languages, but also that he was viewing various interpreters of Dickens over the years, both before his time and sort of after even Dickens had died. So, and that is one of the hard times in particular, and maybe this is something that you could speak about a little bit. It's such a visual novel, but it wasn't one that was actually illustrated to begin with. When it was first published in Household Words, it came out weekly to kind of boost circulation. Dickens wanted to like up the print for it. And it wasn't printed with images. But since then, it's such a, as you say, it's like a very symbolic, Van Gogh took it as a, in a symbolic way. It lends itself to symbolism. And so one of my questions is about Dickensian illustration and how that's also part of this relationship, and whether or not Dickens's illustrators are giving Van Gogh a visual lexicon for representing social realism.
I would say yes, and it's an area that those illustrations, which Van Gogh obviously was aware of, it's an area that I need to continue to research in that, particularly with his collection of the black and white prints, we know that he used them as a sort of a training device, that he used them to solve issues of composition, etc. And examples like these are taking symbolic references. So I would argue that he was doing the same with those sort of much smaller illustrations. And there are a number of illustrators that were also publishing in the graphic, which Van Gogh greatly admires. So it would make sense that he was looking at those also. But I actually haven't actually done that comparison. But I would dare say that or the By Eik Kahng is an example where that definitely is happening. But I would dare say that that also is happening with Van Gogh. Yeah.
And just to bring up, since we have this image in front of us, which it's so fascinating, the juxtaposition again. But I love that you bring this up at the end in a paper about Dickens and Van Gogh and home, because this is an image of Dickens' home, of his home. And it's one that he actually Van Gogh reflected on in his letters, saying that there were so many empty chairs left open, not just by Dickens, but also by the illustrators who were working for the graphic, and that he wanted to fill those chairs. And I think that that's a really sort of striking statement, but also I was very surprised to encounter this. And I think your book did such a wonderful job of bringing this to light, which is that Van Gogh's initial ambition wasn't necessarily to be the celebrity Van Gogh that we have now, but that he actually wanted to be like Luc Fildes. He wanted to illustrate for the graphic. And I think that's such an interesting point. And I'm wondering if maybe you could talk about it a bit.
Yeah, so I do argue that for that very early on, he's learning a craft. And he's very mindful that he needs to have employment. He needs to be able to fund a middle class existence, which is expected of by his family. And so those initial years where he's learning to draw, and very, very soon he begins saying things like, I've got a draftsman's fist, and he has all these, he writes to Theo about, should I travel to London and go to the offices of the graphic? So for a period there, he's very much thinking about, well, he wants to be an artist, but he wants to be an artist like the sort of the social realists of England, the graphic illustrators. I have reflected on that, and I do wonder how genuine that ambition was, in the sense of, there's this tension between, wanting to be an artist, but at the same time having that sort of financial independence and not relying on Theo and not relying on the family. And so, I do reflect on, is it a conversation he's having? I'm sure he does think about going to England, but is it partly because that's the expectation? Because quite, within a few years that's no longer the case. Within a few years, he takes up painting and he fully commits to being a painter. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about Van Gogh, and probably one of the most annoying traits for people who knew him, is that he just threw himself in totally to whatever he did. So, when he wanted to be a preacher, he completely threw himself into that. When he decides to be an artist, he throws himself into that. And that's why he can paint 70 paintings in 10 weeks, is because he's completely committed to doing these things. And as Sjraar mentioned as well, I mean, this is all systematic. There's nothing random about what he's doing. So, you know, those early, when he's wanting to be a draftsman, what makes sense that he's collecting 2,000 of these prints, that he's looking at them, you know, he describes them as a Bible, that he files them away in a particular order, that he's using them all the time, that his relationship with Van Ruppert is based very much on their shared interests. So I think, you know, that is there, but it's still an artistic career, but it just has this reliant financial attachment to it, unlike being an artist where you're at the liberty of selling your work.
But would you say that it was mostly a commercial interest that was driving this ambition, or do you think it was sincere regard?
My view is, I think it was because he was trying to, you know, be respectable in the eyes of his family, that he needed employment, that he needed, you know, the view of Van Gogh is, you know, this sort of mad genius, you know, and in the previous discussion about, you know, he could never be a peasant. Well, the reality is, you know, he lived a middle-class existence, or what, you know, close to a middle-class existence. He was getting 100 francs a month from Theo. So he wasn't living poorly. He was making choices as the way he lived. So I do think that that initial aim to be a draftsman comes from this sort of, you know, because he's found this vocation and he's going to make a real thrust of being successful, but also because it would enable him to actually live financially independent, and in the eyes of his family, you know, not have sort of dropped, you know, down the classes.
Do we have time for one more question? Or? Yeah, okay. So I'll ask one more question about houses. Because I love, in hearing your talk, it made me think about all the different houses in Dickens. And really, you're right, Dickens sort of was ceaselessly representing the domestic. And you see this in the cozy fireside scenes, like at the end of Oliver Twist, they all end everything. There's been tremendous violence in the novel, but he shores it all up at the end. And we have this image of characters before the fireside. And he sort of transports this to various sort of outposts of domestic realism, like people living on boats, somebody in a slum in Bleeding Heart Yard in Little Dord, who has painted their house to look just like a British countryside cottage with a thatch and flowers. And is very proud of this sort of attempted trompe l'oeil. And sort of just the way that houses are presented in Dickens is very sort of sentimental altars toward Victorian Christian morality. But then I look at the potato eaters, right? And reading Van Gogh's letters, which are also pretty sentimental in their descriptions of the home place. And then I look at the potato eaters and I find it kind of a shocking change in just the darkness, the texture, even the expressions on the people's faces. And I'm wondering about where you see him negotiating that sort of Victorian sentimental attachment to home and a sort of social realist impulse to document in a journalistic way the conditions of the poor and the working class.
Yeah, well, I mean, for me, that particular potato eaters is it's a celebration of the sanctity of home. You know, that these people, you know, labor out in the fields. They live a very uncomfortable existence, but what brings them together is the domestic space. And that's where there's a sense of solace, where there's a sense of peace, where there's a sense of relaxation, if you can call it that. But that the internal space is where that happens for Van Gogh. Yep. So even though, you know, as Sjraar pointed out, you know, the figures don't seem to be at all having any kind of relationship, and I think that is simply a you know, it's just a lack of technical skill, but I think the sentiment is that, you know, that they're fully enclosed, you know, that there isn't a view to outside, that they're fully enclosed in this very, very sort of almost sacred space. And I think the work, you know, the sort of halo effect around the young girl's head, the crucifix in the corner, it is this, you know, this sort of sacred space where all those things that happen outside, which are really hard, all the hard work, can be forgotten for a few hours while they're inside this sort of, simple but warm, cozy environment. You have these sort of multiple generations together. So that importance of sort of, family as being a generational link and not just the kind of, mother, father, children. To me, that's what this work really, is one of the things that this work speaks to, is that kind of that sanctity of the space, but also that real that it's a religious space that sort of Dickens described as well. It's this kind of altar, and I think the symbolic trope of the sharing of meals, of sharing the meal, has the Christian connotations of the Eucharist, etc. And while Van Gogh doesn't, expressly articulate that, I think that kind of symbolism exists in a work like this.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Start just again by thanking Eik Kahng for putting together this symposium, as well as this extraordinary exhibition and catalog. I think we're all greatly indebted to her very hard work in putting this all together. I'd also like to thank those who help put together events like this, and I'm thinking especially of Alison Healy and Sam Silvera, who are there in the background, facilitating all of this event today. Thank you so much. Okay, so the title of my talk today is Van Gogh's Realism, and as many of you probably know, this is also the title of my essay in the catalog for this show. In that essay, I tracked the historical development of Vincent van Gogh's interest in a range of artists working within the tradition of French realism. And I focused especially on the period prior to Van Gogh's arrival in Paris in February 1886. And this is very much the crux of the matter, what happens around this time. Here, however, I'd like to begin by looking at a painting he produced near the end of his life while living in the south of France in an asylum at Saint-Remy. This one. Produced sometime in late 1889 or early 1890, it now hangs in the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. The canvas is medium-sized, just over 2 feet high by 3 feet wide. And Van Gogh's colors and jittery brushstrokes are typical of what Eik Kahng has called his inimitable style. Well put. This style has gone by many names: symbolist, post-impressionist, expressionist, modernist, but realist is not typically one of them. And yet, I wanted to begin with this picture because I believe it is emblematic of Van Gogh's persistent, almost obsessive concern with French realism. I hope by the end of this talk, I will have convinced you of that. But before I outline an account, a defense, an explanation of Van Gogh's realism, I wanted to point out a few relevant details about this painting. And I'd like you to keep them in mind as I move forward. First, I want to point out the rather obvious fact that the peasants depicted here are resting. They are presumably asleep and thus completely oblivious to the world around them. They cannot be aware that they are observed. Second, I want to point out the time of day. The French title, La Méridienne, establishes that it is midday. Meridian is in fact an antiquated term referring simply to a midday nap. In English, the painting is usually called the siesta. This is slightly inaccurate, and that's one reason I don't include this here. It's slightly inaccurate, as a siesta is more properly an afternoon nap. Significantly as well, the title is not noon or midi in French. Now, as in 1890, midi refers to a specific moment in the measurement of time during a day, 12 p.m. Whereas these peasants are resting when the sun is at its highest point in the sky, what we call in a technical sense, solar noon. The two things are almost never the same now, even though PM still means post-meridian. But it is especially notable today with the shift to daylight savings time. Yesterday in Santa Barbara, solar noon occurred at 12:08 p.m. Today, however, it occurs or occurred at 1:08 p.m., 5 minutes ago. In any case, there is no clock measuring time here in Van Gogh's painting, no daylight savings time, just the burning sun above. And this lack of temporal structure was already old-fashioned by 1890. It's hard for us to recognize it now. I have to bring it to our attention. Which brings me to the last of my initial observations. The subject matter is, or rather was, old-fashioned when Van Gogh painted it. Peasants resting at midday from the arduous labor of harvesting with sickles by their side belongs more closely to an iconography of mid-19th century painting. And of course, that is because the iconography is not Van Gogh's at all. It is borrowed from Jean-François Millet. La Méridienne is one of a number of copies after Millet Van Gogh produced at this time. In this case, he worked from a print in the series called The Four Times of the Day by Jacques-Adrien Lavier of 1860, which was based in turn on drawings by Millet, and it really is a kind of collaborative project back in 1860. We know Van Gogh owned these prints. They hung on his wall in Paris in 1875. He may also have copied them in 1880 and 1881, but as best I can tell, these copies have been lost. And I use the word copy advisedly here. The question of Van Gogh's sources is sometimes a question of influence, but in this case, there's very much the question of Van Gogh's ability to look at, emulate, transcribe, modernize, update, colorize in a way that, in a sense, transcends a mere copy. And I think this is one sort of case in point where the source material is so utterly transformed that it's hard to really call this a copy. So I use it advisedly, but I think we still want to think in terms of sources, emulation, and copying. The most striking difference, of course, here is Van Gogh's color. The size is quite different in person as well. This painting in Paris, it holds the wall, the print is relatively small, but it really is the color that is most strikingly different between these two. The contrast of blue and yellow utterly transform the source material. And we know that Van Gogh was quite aware of this. He writes about this in his letters about doing color in 1889 is the crucial thing. When painting this painting, Van Gogh may also have had in mind Millet's pastel of the same subject, which he certainly saw at the sale of the Gavet collection at the Hôtel Drouot auction house in Paris in June 1875. This pastel is now in the MFA in Boston. And again, as best I can tell, I think this was done after the drawings for the La Vie series. So it's almost a kind of Millet copying himself in producing this pastel, which is something that sort of saturates this whole visual culture, as Stephen Bann and other people have pointed out, the way that prints and other things are used and reproduced and copied again and again by various different artists. As if to make the point here, we can turn to another copy. The copies of Millet in 1889 and 1890 were by no means the first. One of the earliest surviving copies of Millet from 1881 here was done after an etching. And again, this question of sort of the source materials is Van Gogh copying Millet, or is he copying a copy of Millet, or a copy of a copy of Millet, or Millet's copy of a copy? These are the sorts of questions which I think are, we already thought about the graphic and other sources for these kinds of materials, but this is kind of the fundamental question with Van Gogh's sources. And I'll return to this copy later, but I just wanted to introduce this as another example. Van Gogh continued to emulate Millet in the late 1880s, or rather he returned to him. And I think this is a key point, that he sort of comes in and out of Van Gogh's frame of reference. And this was, I think, especially true in 1888, following on the heels of a major Millet retrospective in Paris at the École des Beaux-Arts in 1887. A lot of people talked about this. Camille Pissarro and others are sort of very interested in the sudden reemergence of Millet in the middle of the 1880s. And these two paintings, I think, are typical of Van Gogh's revived interest in Millet. The Sower is very clearly derived from the earlier engagement with Millet. On the left-hand side, we're seeing the version of the Sower in the Kröller-Müller Museum. On the right, in Amsterdam, the reduced version of the Sower, which he did a little bit later in 1888. An argument can be made that throughout his career, Van Gogh took Millet to be, as he put it, counselor and guide in everything. This was especially true in the years immediately following the 1881 publication of Alfred Sansier's biography of Millet, which we have in the exhibition here. But even at the end of his life, Van Gogh still offered Millet as the gold standard against which contemporary art had to be measured. Pretty soon, he wrote to Theo in June 1890, one will see Impressionists working who will hold their own with Millet. No one yet in 1890 holds his own, but soon Impressionists will hold their own with Millet. So why then did Millet occupy this elevated place in Van Gogh's pantheon? Van Gogh, Millet's work was widely admired, but also much debated during Van Gogh's lifetime. Along with Gustave Courbet, and to a lesser extent, Jules Breton, he occupied a central place in the political and artistic debates around realism. When The Gleaners was shown at the Salon of 1857, it prompted a fairly typical critical division between biblical and political readings of his art. Some saw a modern version of the story of Ruth and Boaz. Others saw a more radical, even revolutionary representation of the rural poor. And this critical division is very typical in the reception of Millet throughout his career. And he writes letters complaining about this, how they're getting him all wrong. Everybody says I'm a socialist. That's not true. And it's very typical in a certain way, I think, of Van Gogh's understanding of Millet, this kind of polarization between deep sympathy for the poor in a political sense and a kind of biblical notion of the enduring cycles of rural life. Perhaps more significant than these political interpretations, however, was the substance of the artistic debates Millet's paintings also prompted. One of the most widely admired qualities of Millet's paintings was the way he posed his figures, or rather, the way he did not. Critics pointed out that Millet consistently depicted peasants laboring, resting, and praying in a manner suggestive of authentic and uncontrived actions, actions which the artist precisely did not pose. Maxime Ducamp, for one, stated that, quote, his characters never pose. They are entirely absorbed in the activity in which they are engaged. Millet himself expressed to Sancier his distaste for what he called effects of theater and posing in the work of other artists. Some of you will immediately recognize the terms absorbed and theater. Call to mind the work of the art historian Michael Fried. And indeed, it is Michael Fried who has identified the pattern of critical engagement with what he calls Millet's anti-theatricality. Fried places Millet at the end of a long line of what he calls absorptive or anti-theatrical painters dating back to Chardin in the 1750s. Within this tradition, artists developed various pictorial strategies designed to deny the presence of the beholder in front of a picture. Fried argues that Millet was much contested in the 1860s precisely because of the intensity and excessiveness of his anti-theatrical devices. So the basic conceit here, for those who aren't familiar with this idea, is that these figures are working the fields and they're so involved in what they're doing, absorbed is the word, that if Millet was there to observe them, they wouldn't even notice that he was there to observe him. And consequently, we as viewers of the painting, beholders of the painting, likewise feel that this is a world that is going on in front of us and would exist whether we were there or not. Fried also points out that despite the widespread admiration for Millet's seemingly authentic depictions of rural life, many other artists and critics saw quite the opposite. As Fried puts it, they, quote, were repelled by the obviousness of Millet's ostensibly anti-theatrical aims, which for them had the contrary effect of too blatantly seeking to persuade the beholder that the figures in the painting were oblivious to his presence, so that Millet's figures seemed to them not in fact absorbed in their labors and hence unaware of being beheld, but merely pretending to be both, which is to say they found his painting egregiously, unbearably theatrical. One critic, for example, found the Gleaners full of pretension, as if the figures were merely striding across the boards of a theater. Critics were thus divided about Millet, and the crux of their disagreement was the relative success or failure of his depiction of the absorption of peasant labor. Are these real peasants doing real actions, or are they models pretending to do real actions? That's the crux of the disagreement. This pastel, now in The Hague, is another good test case of this problem. The figure here appears at first glance to be looking directly across the picture plane, as if acknowledging the artist's presence. When this was shown at the Gabet Collection exhibition in 1875, however, Ernest Chenot argued the contrary. Quote, if he knows he's observed, do you think he will retain the sagging of the whole body, this characteristic curve of his inner ankles, this gaping mouth, this dull and vacant look? Not at all. Millet apparently observed his subject so attentively that he had no need to record what he saw in person. He could simply remember it. The outcome was the depiction of figures in action or at rest that do not look as if they had ever been seen, as if Millet had ever observed them. And to emphasize the point, Chenot declared, quote, in Millet, nothing is posed. Van Gogh almost certainly saw this pastel in 1875. After visiting the Gabet show, he proclaimed the experience to be like walking on holy ground. He almost certainly read Chenot's article at the time, and his admiration for Millet likewise relates to the artist's ability to convey the uncontrived, or what Van Gogh called the true nature of the peasant. At bare minimum, Van Gogh had a strong intuition of these issues in his own aesthetic orientation. In various letters, he lays out a way of thinking about painting that has telling parallels with the history of anti-theatricality as Fried defines it. Here, for example, is a quote from a letter to Theo in which Vincent discusses an impending trip to Antwerp. This is from November 1885. As for Rubens, I'm very much looking forward to him, but don't you often find that in terms of conception, in terms of the sentiment in his religious subjects, Rubens is theatrical, even badly theatrical? As Van Gogh describes it, Rubens unsuccessfully seeks to depict his figures in such a way as to pass off ordinary figures sitting in front of the painter as characters of religious significance. And he's quite biting in the letter where he compares Rubens to Michelangelo and Rembrandt, who successfully persuade us that they are depicting figures in thought or in action, whereas Rubens merely shows models who are digesting their lunch. That's what he says. An alternative to this theatricality can be found in the work of the Dutch artist Joseph Israël. Here we're looking at a painting now in the collection of the Philadelphia Museum of Art, which was shown at the Paris Salon of 1882. After seeing this painting a little bit earlier in The Hague, Van Gogh singled it out for especially high praise. He explicitly compares it with Millet and provides an astonishingly sympathetic description worth quoting at length. And I'll just read this quote and you can read along. An old man sits in a hut by the fireplace in which a small piece of peat barely glows in the twilight. For it's a dark hut the old man sits in, an old hut with a small window with a little white curtain. His dog, who's grown old with him, sits beside him. Those two old creatures looking at each other, they look each other in the eye, the dog and the old man. And meanwhile, the man takes his tobacco box out of his trousers pocket and he fills his pipe like that in the twilight. Nothing else. The twilight, the quiet, the loneliness of these two old creatures, man and dog, the familiarity of those two, that old man thinking, what's he thinking about? I don't know. I can't say, but it must be a deep, a long thought. Something, though I don't know what, surfacing from long ago. Perhaps that's what gives the expression to his face, a melancholy, satisfied, submissive expression, something that recalls that famous verse by Longfellow that always ends, but the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. This is from 1882, this letter. There are a number of fascinating things to note in this passage. Perhaps most obviously, Van Gogh zeroes in on the old man's compelling absorption in three layered activities: his interaction with his dog, his preparation of his pipe, and his deep thought, almost a reverie. Just as significant in Van Gogh's reading of the picture is the related temporal structure. The time of day is, as he twice suggests, twilight. The old man's thoughts, as he repeats in both Dutch and English, are long. The slow unfolding of the early evening thus harmonizes with the man's activities, which will remain unchanged for many long minutes. Such protracted temporal effects are typical in realist painting. As Fried has argued, pictorial realism in the West has often involved a tacit or implicit illusion of the passage of time, of sheer duration. And these temporal qualities hinge on, indeed flow from, the absorption of the depicted subjects. No painting better exemplifies this realist temporality than Millet's Angelus. In various accounts of the painting in the 1870s and 1880s, viewers emphasize the way the peasants are completely absorbed in their prayers, holding their pose for an extended moment. And yet they also contrasted this action to the ringing of the bell in the distance that calls the peasants to their evening prayer. Both the prayer and the bell are called the Angelus, and thus the title of the painting refers both to the slow unfolding of the prayer and the striking ringing of the bells. As I have argued at length in my 2015 book, Realism in the Age of Impressionism, Painting and the Politics of Time, the doubleness and the pictorial time of the painting stood in profound relation to the cultural restructuring of time in the 19th century. In 1800, the tolling of church bells in France marked the call to prayer at dawn, midday, and twilight. But by 1900, they universally rang at specific hours of the day, 6 a.m., noon, 6 p.m. This new clock time gradually pervaded every aspect of modern life, from the working day to travel by train. Although it is now, as I've suggested, ubiquitous, in the mid-19th century, it was widely contested. In both practical terms and cultural representations, the notion that time would be universally synchronized was by no means a foregone conclusion. Although clock time had largely triumphed by the 1870s, the Angelus could still be understood as a depiction of an earlier religious experience of time measured by the sun and the bells rather than the clock. And in some senses, the proper interpretation or reading of this painting hinges on whether we see the clocks, the bells ringing as clocks, or whether they're ringing for prayer. The Sower is another good example. And here I show the Boston version, although we have here the slightly later version by Millet, another example of this kind of copying within Millet's own practice. Théophile Gautier pointed to a kind of temporal tension in the painting. Quote, "The sower walks with a rhythmic step, flinging grain in the furrows, and he is followed by a flight of pecking birds." This is from a review of the Salon of 1850-51. There is something magnificent and stylish in this figure with its violent gesture, its proudly dilapidated demeanor, which seems to be painted with the earth he sows. Between the repetitiveness of the rhythmic step, synchronized like the rhythm of a mysterious song, as Alfred Sancier later put it, and the strikingness of the violent gesture, is a move from the durational and seasonal to the instantaneous and even revolutionary, in which the sower curses the circumstances of the rich as he angrily throws his seeds at the sky. Van Gogh knew the Angelus and the Sower quite well. He owned prints of both works, and the Sower in particular became a touchstone for years and years, a source for some 30 or more drawings and paintings. He was also enthusiastic about Gautier's reading of the Sower, quoting parts of it repeatedly. I believe he sympathized with the critical interest in Millet's anti-theatrical and durational concerns, even if he did not fully understand them. In telling ways, indeed, Van Gogh on occasion modified or even misread the earlier representation of realist time. In this drawing, done in April 1881, for example, he transformed the pecking birds in the background of Millet's painting into the sower's tossed grains, frozen instantaneously against the sky. And I think if you had actually seen this painting, or even the later version we have in the exhibition, it would have been clear that the background is filled with birds, not the grains. It's the source material, the etching, which makes it confusing to him. But whether this was an initiate's error or a strong critical engagement is hard to say. Did he want it to appear instantaneous? Did he want it to be transformed into something else? I think this is, again, one of the crucial questions about Van Gogh's sources. What is he doing to those sources? How does he modify and change them? He's never simply copying them. As Joan Greer has argued, Van Gogh's interest in a seasonal temporality probably grew from his deeply ingrained religious formation. But it also responded to the broader transformation of the cultural use and understanding of time, a phenomenon that was becoming more and more notable around 1880. On the whole, it seems fair to say that Van Gogh's chosen sources coincide clearly with those works that best exemplify the larger critical and artistic debate about Millet's mobilization of absorptive devices and its accompanying temporality. And his admiration for the artists of his own time often and explicitly connected their work back to Millet. In a letter to Anton van Rappard in August 1885, Van Gogh proclaimed his continual veneration of an artist he called Millet II. I idolize his work, he declared, as I do that of Millet himself. I think his genius is on par with that of Millet I. There was only Millet I and Millet II. They never got to like a Millet III, Millet IV. The sequels petered out. The artist here is Léon Lhermitte. 10 years older than Van Gogh, the painter had come to prominence in the late 1870s and early 1880s for his depictions of harvest scenes and rural life. And we have another example, pastel in his exhibition here. Most notably, however, Lhermitte's Paying the Harvesters of 1882 carries forward many of the ambitious pictorial devices which Millet had perfected in the years before. In the back right of the picture, a man dispenses a wage to one of his hired hands. Next to him, a harvester awaits his pay, while another counts his coins in the middle of the composition. A woman feeds her baby. The older man at left nonetheless dominates the painting. He sits after a day of labor, facing towards, but not directly at the picture plane. Criticism of the painting concentrated on the posed quality of this man, as if he were immobilized in front of a camera. You see this again and again in the Salon criticism in 1882, that it's as if he's just posing for a camera. Admiration for the painting likewise turned on the view of the old man as exhausted and thus unaware of his being beheld. He rests as he worked, wrote Louis de Foucault, without thinking of anything complicated, thus totally oblivious to anyone who might be looking at him. In 1886, Paying the Harvesters hung side by side at the Musée de Luxembourg with another recent painting of peasant labor, Haymaking by Jules Bastien Lepage. And we have a small Bastien Lepage painting in the exhibition. Together, the pictures came to emblematize the image of the peasant in the Third Republic. And Van Gogh would certainly have noted their similarities. One of their key differences, however, is the way they approach the changing structure of rural labor, wages, and time in France. Haymaking is a painting that grapples profoundly with the shifting nature of agricultural labor. The two resting peasants in the picture are day laborers, a category of work that was becoming more and more like industrial or urban work, paid by the hour with time as the key determinant of compensation. Historically, however, such laborers had been seasonally hired locals who earned a set amount of the harvest in compensation. By depicting a peasant man and woman at their midday rest, Bastien Lepage circumvented the charged temporal restructuring of rural labor. His very modern pose of the central woman staring straight ahead, held still in reverie or self-absorbed sensations, possibly smelling the hay, made the work an emblematic depiction of peasant life in a period of marked modernization. In his review of the Salon of 1878, where the painting first appeared, the critic Paul Mance acknowledged the encroaching structure of temporal disciplining in the painting's depiction of this peasant woman. The sound of a bell, he wrote, the call of the haymaker's boss will soon enough pull her back from mute contemplation. Here, church bells such as those in Millet's Angelus ring not for prayer, but for the end of the lunch hour. By 1882, Lhermitte's painting straightforwardly represented peasants receiving a wage, even as he similarly freezes the central peasant figure in a forward-facing yet absorptive pose of total exhaustion. The natural rhythms of the sun and the body and the seasons have been replaced by a disciplined work time in Lhermitte's painting. Lhermitte was on Van Gogh's mind in early 1885 as he began work on the Potato Eaters. It is possible that he even borrowed compositional aspects from another picture by Lhermitte. Writing to Theo, he explained his more significant debt to the painter. Quote, seeing his work encourages me, for I see how artists like Lhermitte must have studied the peasant figure, not only from a fairly great distance, but very close to. Not now, while they create and compose with ease and certainty, but before they did that. A bit later, he explained how this applied to his own work, and this is a quote we heard before. It's not for nothing that I've spent so many evenings sitting, pondering by the fire with the miners and the peat cutters and the weavers and the peasants here. And the basic idea is that he would spend time with them, observe their actions, think about it, memorize it, and then draw it later. So he wouldn't be observing them while they were doing it. The effect he surely hoped was to achieve a depiction of peasant life uncontrived and true, like Millet or Lhermitte, as if done by a peasant who can paint, painted with the soil. The dirty palette, the awkward rendering of the figures, and the cramped space of the potato eaters all speak to this intention. And so too, the artist's choice to represent the peasant family resting after a hard day's work, absorbed in their simple meal. The earliest audience for the picture failed to appreciate any of this. Upon seeing Van Gogh's lithographic version in the exhibition, Van Rappard expressed his disappointment in the strongest terms. And again, we've heard this story before. You can do better than this, he lamented. But why then observe and treat everything so superficially? Why not study the movements? Now they're posing. I repeat, now they're posing. That coquettish little hand of that woman at the back, how untrue, and so on and so forth. Van Gogh broke off his friendship because of this exchange, as we've heard before, but I would insist it was the substance of the criticism, the allegation of posing, that caused the break. This was the last thing, the worst thing you could possibly say. After showing the finished painting, Theo tried hard to muster enthusiasm in a letter to their mother on 19th May, 1885. Several people saw his work and think it's very promising. Some of them find a great deal of beauty in it, precisely because his characters are so true. As if defensively responding to Van Rappert's criticism, Theo insists here on the fundamental truth of Vincent's realism, a truth that flowed from the artist's immersion in peasant life and the acknowledgement of its fundamental lack of prettiness. Van Gogh's clumsiness, as Myers Shapiro puts it in slightly less mystified terms, conveys also, as he intended, the clumsiness of his people. Or to sum up, the picture compels conviction in its truth claims through its mobilization of realist pictorial devices derived from Millet and his followers, Lhermitte most prominently. In the summer of 1885, Van Gogh came to adopt Jean-François Raffaëlli as Lhermitte's urban twin. And here we're looking at the return of the rag pickers from the exhibition in the extraordinary collection of Raj and Grace Dewan. In the 1870s and the early 1880s, Raffaëlli had come to prominence with the support of a number of influential critics. At the Salon of 1877, Edmond Duranty singled out his work for especially high praise. The appearance of the return of the rag pickers 2 years later at the Salon of 1879 sparked the interest of one of Raffaelli's most devoted defenders. Joris Karl Huysmans' review of the Salon focused on the artist's depiction of the gritty Parisian suburbs known as the banlieue, praising his depiction of the sad charm of wobbly shacks, the skinny poplars showcased on the endless roads that peter out from the ramparts to the sky. Critics understood that such pictures were based on intensive firsthand observation of the lives of the desperate poor living outside Paris, not far from the artist's home in Asnières. They also led more than one critic to compare him with Millet. Huysmans considered him to be a kind of Parisian Millet. The more conservative Albert Wolff agreed. Like Millet, he is the poet of the humble. What the great master did for the fields, Raffaëlli begins to do for the modest people of Paris. He shows them as they are, more often than not stupefied by life's hardships. For such critics, no painting summed up the artist's accomplishments better than the Absinthe Drinkers. Also in the exhibition, his central contribution to the Impressionist exhibit of 1881. A sensation when first shown under its original title, Les Déclassés, the painting emblematized Raffaelli's work for many years to come. His defenders immediately recognized it as a complex summation of his distinct ambition to combine the artistic concerns of mid-century realism with a new iconography of poverty outside Paris. Huysmans was especially sensitive to these concerns in his description of the painting of the sad land of the Déclassés. He shows them to us seated in front of glasses of absinthe at a cabaret under a bower, or climbing up thin vines stripped of leaves twist with their depraved paraphernalia of clothes and rags and boots and shreds, with their black hats whose threads have gone brown and whose cardboard has warped, with their unkempt beards, their hollow eyes, their enlarged and seemingly watery pupils, head in hand or rolling cigarettes. In this picture, a movement of a bony wrist pressing on a pinch of tobacco held in its paper says a great deal about daily habits, about the miseries endlessly reborn from an inflexible life. As Huysmans knew full well, this picture's mixing together of absinthe, the wastelands of the banlieue, and these downtrodden and marginalized déclassés offered a volatile political cocktail. And each of these elements powerfully suggested a slowing of time, an experience of duration that harmonized with Raffaelli's sometimes finicky technique in a way that does indeed call to mind Millet. Yet his two figures sit absorbed, not in prayer, but in drunken reverie, their idleness offering a charged and provocative counterpoint to the synchronization and disciplining of time under modernity. Whether Vincent ever saw Les Déclassés is unclear, but there is little doubt it would have exemplified for him all the best qualities of the Parisian Millet. Theo certainly thought so. On May 8th, 1889, he wrote about the painting, which had just returned to public view. In the salon, there's a very fine painting by Raffaëlli, Two Absinthe Drinkers. I find him strongest when he paints these people who have come down in the world. In a variety of paintings produced outside Paris in 1886 and 1887, Van Gogh sought to transform and to modernize Raffaelli's late realist taxonomy of the region. In this picture, the central figure ambling past a lonely gaslight lamppost and a dilapidated fence recalls, to me anyway, nothing so much as Raffaelli's rag pickers of the banlieue. The muddy plain is rendered in muddy brushstrokes, forming the ground plane, mimicking the cognate dirtiness of the potato eaters. Unlike his earlier dark and gray picture, however, vivid greens and oranges begin to appear on the horizon. The seeds of Georges Seurat's divisionist color theory and pointillist technique have already been sown, and by the summer of 1887, they had blossomed in Van Gogh's later painting of the outskirts of Paris. Raffaelli's rag pickers have disappeared, but in their place, curiously enough, a Millet-style peasant shouldering a spade has reappeared. These realist motifs and durational times persisted in Van Gogh's studio of the South. My God, he wrote from Arles on 19th June, 1888, if only I'd known this country at 25 instead of coming here at 35. In those days, I was enthusiastic about gray, or rather absence of color. I was always dreaming about Millet. The task now, he declared 2 days later, was to render the peasant in color. For such a long time, it's been my great desire to do a sower, but the desires I've had for a long time aren't always achieved. So I'm almost afraid of them. And yet, after Millet and Lhermitte, what remains to be done is the sower with color and in a large format. The problems of absorption and temporality that still undergirded his copy of the sower in 1881 evaporate in the striking effect of the saturated yellow and violet hues that stand in for the sun and the soil. The sower in 1888 still strides his furrows and birds still peck at his feet. They are birds here. But Van Gogh knows that simultaneous contrast works on a different order from Millet and realism. Questions of contrivance and truth no longer bog down in pose and the authenticity of lived experience. And in La Méridienne, to return to my starting point, the intensity of color and brushwork notably sit in tension with the subject matter. Deliberately so, I think. The peasants sleep. No church lurks in the background. No bells threaten to wake them from the sustained and durational absorption of their midday nap. Time for these peasants is still Millet's, nostalgic and resistant. Only the brilliant blue and yellow of Van Gogh's canvas twists it round to the viewer's time, the time of modernity, sharp and punctuated, striking and instantaneous. By way of conclusion here, I want to end with yet another quote. For me, it sums up Van Gogh's deep and enduring appreciation of realism. It comes from a letter Vincent wrote to Theo on April 21st, 1885, but I believe it applies throughout his career. When people conceive of realism in the sense of literal truth, namely precise drawing and local color, there's something other than that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? So first of all, thank you, Marnin. That was wonderful. And so kind of interesting to hear you developing this realist narrative. Well, first of all, around themes of absorption and theatricality. I always thought you were a student of Michael Fried, but I understand you're talking about it's only you're not. But the connections are so strong there, but you do give it your own particular twist, which is important, of course. And of course, temporality. Time is something which is appearing again and again through your talk. And that seems to me within contemporary scholarship, contemporary discourse, a theme that is particularly resonant. I think, for example, of Andrei Dombrowski's work around Impressionist time, which is more around the kind of spontaneous moment. And it seems to me what you're doing is a kind of complement to that, but it's a focus more on these longer, more durational times in the realist narrative. And I know it's fascinating, just thinking about time and the tensions between the development of measured time in the 19th century. I'm just repeating what Marnin's already written, but it might be interesting context, the development of, just think of railroad timetables, 1884, for the first time, you have universal time, right? The conference in Washington and the development of standard time and standard time zones. So that kind of idea of measured time as a counterpoint to live time, right? The time of the passage of the seasons and the passage of the sun and the moon. And that kind of context is it seems to me, kind of the context for a lot of what you're speaking about here. So Marnin and I spoke earlier, we were going to talk a little bit about sort of Millet's legacy. I'm going to say Millet, okay? There's always debate around Millet or Millet, but I think it's Millet. Having spent a lot of time, originally the family it was a single L, it was Millet, but we can debate that. But I do think it's fascinating, thinking about this narrative with Millet as a starting point, and then what you've laid out, obviously Van Gogh, but also some of these other artists who are so important. And I haven't looked at it. I've explored more the kind of avant-garde legacy of Millet, but Raffaëlli, Lhermitte, Bastien Lepage are so important, and you've done a wonderful job in sort of exploring those artists. I guess I don't know how we're doing for time, but starting with Van Gogh. So one thing that seems to have come up quite a bit today is the importance of religion to Van Gogh, and I was wondering how that will kind of intersect with your focus on the absorptive and the durational. And you do, obviously you talked about that a little bit and the Angelus and the religious experience of time. But both Sjraar and Vincent talked about that, the importance of religion in different contexts for Vincent. And I think it's complicated for Millet, but for Van Gogh, I think he saw Millet as a religious painter, and that was mediated by what Saint-Cyr wrote about Millet as a pious peasant painter. So could you talk about that a little bit?
About religion?
Yeah, and how it intersects with your sort of broader themes of absorption and time and theatricality.
Yeah.
It's a lot, I know, but I think it's important.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I can't say I have a formulated response to that question about religion. It's not something that I've written about too much, but it certainly was so clearly part of Van Gogh's intellectual formation, his personal formation. There's fewer sort of clear indications of that religious quality in the works that I'm interested in. But if we take the Potato Eaters and think about it metaphorically as a kind of religious space, surely there was a prayer said before eating or some kind of evocation of that. I think what Van Gogh is attentive to in the ways that so many of these artists of his time are, is the tension between religion and modernity, between a certain kind of secularization of the world and the persistence of religion as a kind of oppositional culture to that religion. So the reference to the bells, this is Alain Corbin, the French historian, wrote a whole book called The Village Bells, wonderful book that goes through 300 pages of the story of the bells. And how significant they were and are in French culture, and they were religious, right? They were deeply part of a system of religious prayer, and yet they came to be this kind of secularized form. So for me, the question of the relationship to religion is the question of the tension with modernity. Okay. So that Millet's interest in images of prayer and religiosity is a way to thematize a older form of life in kind of strict sense, that is in opposition to or resistant to the modern world. So I don't think there's any necessary problem with the truth claims of religion. It's not really, is it religious or not? It's an alternate way of being in the world. And that's, I think, exactly what metaphorically works like the Potato Eaters thematizes. That's the appeal of the peasants. I mean, this is a big problem, right, with the question of does he identify with? Does he want to
Right.
be?
Right.
It's another world. It's another way of being in the world, and that's what the time of religion, seasons.
Okay.
It takes you out of this moment of modernity. I worry sometimes that that's a very 21st century view, that we're so saturated in GPS and time and all these sorts of things. We're so disciplined around it. Our lives of productivity and so forth are so built around that it's very easy to project back to that. But as Alain Corbin and other historians have pointed out, it was deeply, deeply part of a contested social moment in the 19th century. They really were priests saying, "How dare you use the bells as clocks," right? And that's precisely that's all I can say about sort of the religious.
No, I mean, I think that's interesting. So one other area I was fascinated about what you said about labor for the Bastien Lepage and Lhermitte pictures, particularly, but obviously, of course, Millet too. And I wanted to see if you could maybe relate that to gender a little bit. I mean, I think, Millet's work is quite notable for me for the extent to which he focuses on women's labor. And I mean, obviously that's evident in both of these works too. I mean, the work on the right is a woman breastfeeding. I mean, that's another form of women's labor, right? I mean, it's not clear, but it's, so maybe you could speak to that a little bit. We know that, men were paid twice as much as women, right? More or less in the countryside. So maybe you could.
Not quite twice as much. The average pay was 4 francs a day for men and 3 francs for women. That was the.
Yeah, we can disagree because I think that's different. Like Bonnemere says that 1 franc 25 for men and 60 centimes for women, but that's earlier in the century. Right?
That is, yeah. There's I mean, the problem in 1877 is that peasants are being drawn to the city for higher wages. And so they're having to convert traditional forms of compensation in this period to keep them there. The railroads are also expanding dramatically across France. And that guy sleeping there, he probably would, they had to pay him enough to keep him off, working on it as a railroad constructor because they got paid better money. So there's debates in the Assemblée Nationale about what can we do to keep wage inflation down in the countryside, because we're losing all the peasant labor to railroads, factories in the city, and so forth. And women are being hired as maids in Paris. We have this wonderful Raffaëlli. How much does she get paid? 25 francs, is that right? 25 francs. So where is she from? Probably from the countryside, right? And she's moving to Paris to get those wages. So this wage inflation issue, we're very familiar with this, right? This year. So it's the same dynamic at the time. And, there was a wage inflation on women's labor as well. But we're art historians. And so we want to think about how these things are represented. There is that very interesting scene in the exhibition in Lhermitte's painting. It's exactly the same dynamic. A man with a scythe. He has an older child, and then his wife is breastfeeding there with the baby as well. So Lhermitte seems to consistently insert these kinds of the differences between the labor. In Bastien Lepage's painting, they are both day laborers. And we know that the day laborers, there wasn't wage parity for day laborers at this time. Even if they might have been paid for their day work, not by the hour, but they're paid by the day, they would be paid a different wage according to their gender. So that's not something that I think these artists are thinking about, but it goes into the general sense of how labor is compensated and how that correlates to time. The dramatic transformation in the economies of the West in the 19th century is the rise of wage labor, so that the massive proletarianization of the working forces of Europe and America are transforming traditional home labor, doing things at home, making it and selling it on the market, to going somewhere where bells are ringing. Now is it's time to work. Now it's time to lunch. Now it's time to stop. Now it's 2 o'clock, and now it's time to stop. The temporal disciplining is deeply part of that 19th century transformation. And so to me, that seems to be the more pressing issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. We're running out of time. I mean, I'd love to know, ask you more about the contemporary reception of these paintings and the extent to which some of those discourses might have been discussed, when this painting was shown in 1878 or this one in 82 or whatever. But I guess just do we have time for, I don't have time for one more question. I mean, otherwise we can just maybe wrap up. Sure. I mean, I think generally, I mean, the Raffaëlli aspect of this exhibition is fascinating for me. It's not something which I've explored I did a show in 2019 to 20 called Millet and Modern Art, which is a collaboration with the Van Gogh Museum. The focus of that show was really on the kind of avant-garde tradition. So it's been kind of eye-opening for me to speak with Marnin, because we didn't have Raffaëlli in that show, or actually Bastien Lepage. We had Lhermitte, but not Bastien Lepage. So I think what you're doing, and really placing a focus on these artists who are extremely important, but probably not as well known as they should be, is wonderful. So
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
And we just need the lights down, please, Jim. While I'm waiting, first, as you look at this slide, I just want to say what a marvel the exhibition is. And I would like to thank Eik and all the writers of the catalog, which I urge you to read. We've learned many new things about Van Gogh as we continue to do, but what you see in the galleries, and this is part of the theme, is bringing Vincent van Gogh down to earth, back to earth, and out of the mythic vision of exceptional genius goaded by illness. We have Van Gogh as very much part of an enthusiastic, dialogic being. I think what the gallery does and what Eik has put together is show us a man in exchange, contact, and it shows us what she's done with the show, and all of you who have helped on it is a kind of physical embodiment of the creative consciousness of a man whose career is unfolding and who's very much torn between art and craft, vocation and production. So some of the issues of labor partly will return as Van Gogh's attempt to try to solve through paint some of the ways that he can't earn his grace as an artist from his religious background through painting becomes a compensatory arena to show his actual labor forms, to emulate those peasants he believed, and I quote, were worthy and honest of what they were eating, as opposed to he was trying so hard. Gauguin succeeded, and he was trying very hard to find production and earning. So the wheat fields and the yield of the harvest he sees as he's sowing and ripening, he's harvesting his yield, but there's no result. And part of that is an attempt to paint himself into labor. So bringing him back to earth. Thank you, Eik, and thank you for inviting me. And, oh, sure. Yeah. Now, what we see in this, what we see in the dialogic being in Van Gogh in the galleries, in connection and contact with all of his models, is someone who expresses the vicissitudes of his life in dialogue, in letters, streams of letters to his sister, his mother, his brother in particular. So he's exchanging and constantly what I call a relational ego. He lacks and distrusts introspection and autobiographical impulses. This is a man with no diary or memoirs like the French avant-garde that we're used to. And he is someone who is showing his life and work unfolding in a chronicle of relationality dialogue. So you can imagine thinking of this. These are the moments when Seurat is very secretive. He's not in the rivalry with the avant-garde as in the French context. Seurat is very secretive about his neo-impressionism. Gauguin is distraught when Seurat takes the limelight of 1886. And poor Bernard, Van Gogh's very close friend, is engaged in a lifelong torment that Gauguin stole his ideas about symbolism and synthetism. Van Gogh lacks this tone of rivalry. We've been hearing a lot about the letters. So hearing his voice, it is in dialogue, always in connection with others, giving others credit, deference and reference to others, as there is deference and reference to quelque chose là-haut, something up there beyond us. Now imagine that as he receives from Gauguin, who is coming, this painting, they're supposed to do self-portraits of one another. Gauguin was supposed to do a portrait of Bernard when they're having a studio of the South in the south of France. And instead, Gauguin, bombastic egotist, paints himself with Bernard and a little postage stamp up there. And Gauguin sends a letter to Van Gogh. And Van Gogh, I'm sorry I say Van Gogh, you'll forgive me. My voice is hoarse and Van Gogh is too hard. So Gauguin writes in his letters this, and I just find the quote. He says, "My face is flushed and I'm animated by the volcanic fires of the infernal creativity of the artist. My neck is red, my eyes are flushed because that lava and heat like a burning kiln. This is agonistic creativity, the infernal and the internal. This is the artist's subjectivity expanded and inflamed by creativity." Van Gogh gets this supposed portrait of his other friend and says to Theo, you know, I really think Gauguin is tormented. He looks like a prisoner. He presents himself, he says, I'm a prisoner like Jean Valjean in Victor Hugo's book. And he says, you know, he looks tormented and he really needs a rest cure. He needs to come to the South and just put your hand to the plow and cut your furrow, do some work together. So the idea of ecstatic subjectivity and internal introspection, internalized ego turned into an avant-garde artist is something, this is a language that Van Gogh does not share with the avant-garde. And I dare you to say who he calls a genius. It's always others, Millet, Gauguin, and some of the other artists in the gallery. So this is partly how the show breaks down the myth. So what Van Gogh does is he gives Gauguin his portrait, which is of himself, he says, as a Japanese bonze, which is a priest. He imagines himself by misreading the book by Pierre Loti, Madame Chrysanthème. We heard a lot about Van Gogh's literary projections. He thinks of that book as a book about a brother band of priests in Japan who are decorators and calligraphers. And he sends this to Gauguin. This is his self-portrait with the kind of thickness of paint and texture and the way that color, as he says, will show us the radiance and vibration that the halo used to symbolize in earlier art. So this is about externalizing outward, being part of a group ego or group collective, always externalizing and not stoking the fires of introspection. This is from, I believe, a culture that distrusts independent selfhood and introspection, which I'll get into, but this is Van Gogh's counter to Gauguin. Now, in the book that I wrote, I showed these two self-portraits, and I tried to argue, I'm just going to find my pages here, sorry. I tried to show that I tried to show that Van Gogh is in many ways here. I tried to argue that Van Gogh defined his art and work as a craft, as a métier, a painstaking and rigorous craft, the product of methodical and arduous exertion rather than a sudden release of artistic vision. This notion of genius does not come up in his work, and I see him as a worker painter rather than a post-impressionist, an epileptic, or a proto-expressionist. I treat Van Gogh as a Dutch painter and minister's son who came to define a pictorial language of labor as weaving and plowing canvases, which it attempted to reproduce in the coarse palpability of the canvas, in fibrous interlocking brushwork, and in intersecting checkerboard planes, the activities of the pre-industrial workers and weavers with whom he deeply identified. I treat Gauguin, by contrast, after finding new evidence of his formation in a Catholic seminary in Orléans, I treat Gauguin, by contrast, as an ambivalent penitent, turning to painting to ask questions about the Catholic catechism in painting. Why are we here on earth? In his famous painting, Where Do We Come From? What are we? Not where are we, but what are we? Where are we going? Out of the new catechism of the French 1850s and 60s. And Gauguin tries, in contrast to Van Gogh, Van Gogh's labor theology presses him to maximize the materialization of the painting surface, working the image of work on the canvas. Gauguin's quest for the sacred engages him in developing stylistic forms to dematerialize the painting, to actually turn painting. Oh, I'm missing a slide there. Sorry. There we go. He's trying to develop techniques to flatten and dematerialize the painting. He irons over his paintings. He leaches out the oil. And he, in paintings like this, the vision of the sermon, he sees it as a rumination on a vision. And it will show us through the effacing of materiality, a kind of fresco-like thinness of the paint. Both painters are engaged in some form of religious forms of art, but they do so in very different ways. Now, what I'd like to do today is go back and concentrate on Van Gogh and try to widen the field and sharpen the focus rather than moving from Vincent's eyes and his sources to think about Van Gogh's ways of seeing and the broader patterns of Dutch theological culture that shaped them. We've heard some of these themes this morning, and I'd like to expand them in different ways. And here, just in relation to Marnin's talk as well, in highlighting religion, I'm not interested in tracing iconography or symbols of religious aspiration, but I'm thinking about religious traditions as they convey conceptions of the self, the value of the image, and the meaning of the visual world. This means more like mental frameworks and filters that are transmitted through educational formation and cultural building blocks. So that will set the theme. Now, what I'd like to do in showing you this is show you some of the continuities and coherence of Van Gogh's work by his reliance on two craft tools, the perspective frame and the weaving loom as a form of visual practice, because these two tools, his interest in craft tools, in self-taught art production and the tinkering experimentalism with craft is very important. And that's the way we move from biography to brush and tools, from background to foreground in action on painting. So let me just talk briefly now about what's usually called Van Gogh's religious background, but it's very unfamiliar to us still. Sjraar was talking about the Groningen School, and we also heard other allusions to that. But I want to try to introduce you a little bit to the forms of Van Gogh's religious structures and how he was brought up. I'm just going to really summarize on 3 issues. One of them is visual or optical piety. And the second is this issue of the relational ego. The third is the term modernism, which is a theology of art within the Protestant Christian Church in the Netherlands. Van Gogh is absorbing 3 very different legacies in his Dutch Reform religion. And he's at a moment of the pressure points of religious change in the Netherlands are being presented to him through his grandfather, his father, and his uncle. So there's a modernist, a Groningen, and a traditional man. So let me show you a bit. This is how he grew up. We are far from the bells, as I mentioned with Marnin. This is a very archaic pre-industrial world in Zundert, and then in Nuenen, where he's painting the weavers and the peasants. This is not industrialized wage labor by any means. So it's really a different world, and we tend to conflate them, as we're all taught, and as I did for myself for many years, but it is a very different world that he carries forward. So this is his father's little church in Zundert in Brabant, as we heard from Sjraar. And this is a kind of, what I want you to take away from that is, I went to Van Gogh's religion thinking, okay, where's Dutch Calvinism? Work, 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 produce, 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 like Carlyle said. And what I found there were some very unusual characteristics, which are, first and foremost, the love, as Sjraar taught us, of nature and the visible world as full of God's creation, the treasure house of nature. And more importantly, the Groningen School celebrated an emotional piety a la Thomas à Kempis, not Calvin, but they also celebrated the seeing God, the privileged form of the eye as a way to see God and sight as a vehicle of salvation. And just one allusion to this, which Rebecca may know about, but this is what the Van Gogh celebrated was not a punitive dispenser of judgment, but the God of light and love, who was seen through a clear eye, riveted to its point of focus, as Van Gogh said, a single eye and press it on thee, in Thomas à Kempis's book. Here, what you see is George Spurgeon and Bunyan, who celebrate theology and salvation as a telescope of love. In Bunyan, that Van Gogh read over and over again, along with Dickens, and he screens them back and forth, as Vince was talking to us about. The ways of seeing are based on visual or optical piety. Look, look, look to Christ is in these books, especially Spurgeon. He talked to 10,000 people in London that Van Gogh went to hear in 1873. But Spurgeon also and Bunyan use optical tools. This is sighting God to the hill of clear, and the pilgrims shape the telescope. They don't yet have clear sight to rivet it on God. They've got a ways to go. But optical and visual piety for the Van Goghs is very central, and it's not what we expect in Calvinism. It's a Dutch Reformed Protestantism in which light, love, nature, and the visual, the parents have paintings and prints, wickerwork, decoration. So this is not anti-sensual. Secondly, we have this movement called modernism in the church. Hold on a second. And the modernism, very briefly, is presented by a man called Allard Pearson. Pearson is a Dutch Reformed Protestant minister, and he becomes, as does Van Gogh, very worried about how can you prove God's presence. He can't be proven, but he can't be disproven. So Pearson has a crisis, and he develops what he calls the modern theology of the church by defining the world of, by defining, quote, a longing for the infinite through the arts not through symbols, but through color, music, and the evocative forms, what we would call formal abstract qualities of art, through seeing the divine. What Pearson talks about, this is not pantheism. It's that you can't prove or disprove God, but you can find him, Pearson argues in this book called Direction in Life. It's in Dutch, which I had to learn to read, but never mind. But Pearson says music, poetry, and painting are consoling forms. They are the way that we can get to God, the yearning for the infinite, which is what Van Gogh always talks about, quelque chose là-haut, something up there. I have a yearning for the infinite. It is partly related to this tradition. He's a theology student, Van Gogh, at the moment of modern theology. So this is a form of formalism. It's called modernism, but it's a theology of art. Third, and most important to my last issue on modernism and the Van Gogh's version of religion, Christ is a consoler and a comforter and not a victim of sacrifice and martyrology. This is a movement that, as Pearson says, and the Van Gogh tradition as well, Christ should be celebrated as an artist, an expressive savior whose language carried a pure and formal sense of beauty. This could be Baudelaire in France. Rien n'est vrai que le beau, he writes in French in his theology book. So this means Christ's martyrdom is not essential in this tradition, but it's Christ's role as a laborer, consoler, and communicator. The communicator we heard earlier from Vincent, who spoke to ordinary people in the simplest of languages, the parables. So for these traditions are coming through as strains in Van Gogh's culture and upbringing. The last, and for me the most important in the work on the paintings and the craft, are the way that the free subjectivity, the individual autonomous being, is impermissible in this Dutch world. The whole idea of a single ego not attached to kin and other corporate bodies is very absent. We don't have a tradition of independent avant-garde individualism. The focus of Van Gogh's family religion, the Groningen School, affirmed dissolution of the ego in service to the humble poor, self-surrender to Christ, identifying with Christ through work, and the holiness of lowly labor. This has a strong social gospel and led Theodorus Van Gogh was working in very tiny rural communities, his whole ministry, and it emphasizes enacted faith, faith in work and deed, and in redemptive labor. The idea of interiority or introspection. There are poems the Van Gogh family read in those many readings we heard about. Denken, derken, leren, work, think, act, and learn. And the poem starts by Petrus Hofstede de Groot. Thinking kills and doing exalts. Do not waste your time speculating. Hand to the plow and enact faith. So we don't have a whole cultural legacy that is promoting a certain kind of cultivation of the inner world as a form of both justification and the value of service. So I don't have time here to show you that I try to move from here to brush and tools in the biographical to the practice. I will focus on the perspective frame and the weaving tools, but I just want to show you here in relation to what we heard this morning, this visual culture of this and the sensual world of nature. Van Gogh's mother, not only read to them, as Vince told us, but they were practicing art. The move from religion to art was not a sharp break. He was always drawing. This is a copy of his mother's drawing. He goes to high school in Tilburg, and his teacher in Tilburg is Cornelius Huysmans, who's like the William Morris of the Netherlands. He's an art and craftsman. Van Gogh has 4 hours a week of drawing and in his high school. This is inconceivable in the French context. And he learns, this is Huysmans doing decoration with Chevreul's theory of simultaneous contrast in his high school decoration. This is not by Van Gogh, but by his teacher. So these are some of the ways that the visual is not a break from religion to art. This early print, this drawing that he did of the Borinage, I just wanted to show you a few of these because Van Gogh's work as a métier, a craft, as Sjraar was telling us, this incremental, methodical exertion. He comes to art out of that background of drawing, But he has a whole problem with figures, as Sjraar was telling us. He uses how-to books. This is one of them. You can get them at CVS, where you paint by ovals or by blocks of interlocking forms. He has a very hard time with figure drawing. And these are some of those clumsy figures we heard about that Sjraar showed us earlier today. But we also have the diggers in the catalog, in the entry that I believe Sjraar wrote. Van Gogh finds a book by Jean Gigoux, who says, well, you're having so much trouble with these blocky angular figures. Try using ovals and egg shapes. And this is one of the ways in the catalog suggests how he did this. Now I'm going to turn for the rest of my time to the perspective frame to try to show you some of the ways that Van Gogh built craft tools to show him how to work. They're partly, I believe, theological underpinnings to this issue of riveted sight, but I won't be developing that here. But I'm showing you now how he uses these tools to develop certain stylistic habits of framing the landscape and of accelerated rush into a corridor of space. This is the perspective frame. Many of you may recognize it, that Van Gogh built with the aid of a carpenter in The Hague in 1882. What it shows you is an oblong device strung with threads in this pattern of a Union Jack, and it's attachable to wooden poles for outdoor sightings. It's adapted from popular manuals, and Van Gogh, what you do is you stake it. These are from his letters. He studies these manuals. You look through it, as he says, like a window, and you're trained to compare objects near and far with the intersecting threads, re-emphasizing a point of convergence on the horizon. So this frame allowed Van Gogh to organize blocks of reliefless terrain in the Netherlands, but it accustomed him to shooting his eyes down a corridor of space to a single point of focus. He calls it a telescope or a scope, and it is an arrow shooting to a bow. Now I try to develop how these habits of framing gave Van Gogh certain habits of framing in his own work. Looking through, in this example, the nursery gardens on the Schenkweg, you see the reproduction of his own tool, the frame staked in the ground with two framing poles, and he shoots down into the distance, and you always have the little window where the threads are coming forward. This habituates him to certain kinds of drawing and painting styles. He's constantly experimenting with adapting this perspective frame. This is from Marnin in 1885. That other one was earlier. This is one of the manuals that he studies from, which shows an open window and threads going this way. He adds the diagonal threads. And we also see this habit of framing the landscape in the French period in Arles. I just wanted to show you one example. But more importantly, in relation to the exhibition as well, these are some of the framed landscapes I compare in my book. But I'd like to show you in terms of the beautiful drawing and the analysis that Eik gives in her catalog about the Japanese illusion of the woman on the bridge. Van Gogh does that image as a series, I believe. It's one of 9 that he does in every medium. And he draws this bridge. He's drawn to it, in Arles, because it reminds him of the Netherlands. Here's the drawbridge of Arles before it was destroyed in World War II. This is a Dutch bridge he typically would see all the time. And here is Eik's, the beautiful drawing from LACMA in the gallery. But this was one of 9 images. That's a series. And I see it as part of a meditation on craft mechanisms in the landscape. I can't show you all of them here, but just to show you a few examples, he's interested in all the structure and function of the bridge. He always shows where the diagonals come together, like his own perspective frame. He's using the perspective frame in Arles. He's teaching one of the local Lieutenant Millet. He teaches him how to use the perspective frame in the Arles fields. So this idea of a popular craft tool is very much part of his continuing practice of craft and métier. And these are some ways, when you see the beautiful drawing, it's also part of an interest in mechanism and in craft operations in the landscape in the French period. And there's another image of the bridge. At one point, Van Gogh uses his perspective device, or his thinking about it, to actually use the bridge and the cables from the bridge as a corresponding kind of perspective frame. He cites the church in the back with reminiscences resembling his own practice in those popular tools. And here is the last perspective frame that Van Gogh is still tinkering with. This is a drawing from the last months of his life in 1890 in Saint-Rémy, but no, sorry, Novaire. And here he has a perspective frame. Instead of going this way, he has it on a stand this way. So he's tinkering and very deeply linked to the frame. And in the last image, he uses his window in the asylum and the frame of the window as a substitute perspective frame. So this is a kind of practice that continues. Now, the weaver's loom provide a second anchor of Van Gogh's visual practice. The continuity and coherence of his interest emerges in his constant selection of weaving forms and factures, which carry, I believe, his long-term religious identification into painting and pictorial practice. This emerges in a number of stages. What I'm showing you here is the first, again, of a series of 34 images of the weavers at work. We have 34 images. Every part of the loom is depicted. Every form of the labor, which has the bolt of cloth coming out, like Van Gogh's own canvas coming out. But I'd just like to show you first, we have to celebrate if she's here, Devi Ormond, who's going to speak next, preserved and cleaned and restored this painting at the Getty, and she's responsible. My slide may not be like it, but in any case, she worked on this painting from the Van Gogh Museum. But I'd just like you to look at this loom. It's one of 34 images that Van Gogh did in Marnin for a year period. And you see on the loom a series of notches on the poles of the loom. The weaving looms in Tilburg in this period do not have notches. Van Gogh is identifying the perspective frame of his own device. His craft is called a métier in French, he calls it. And the weaver at his loom is called le cagneux à son métier, the weaver at his loom. The word loom and the word for craft are one and the same. And I try to develop some of these analogies and equivalences, which are more than analogical. They're deep in the identity of Van Gogh, attempting to visualize in his pictorial activity the ways of working that he believed were more honest and earning than his own inability to actually earn and produce salary in the way that we heard earlier from Vince. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. This is the period of the looms, was the period of the Neunen weavers. But this is the period when Van Gogh is studying Chevreul's theory of simultaneous contrast. He talks about this painting. It's a dark painting, but just in reference to Marnin, I just want to make one comment. Van Gogh, all of the interpretations of this are valid, but one issue is that Van Gogh associates this, sacred or not, with the work that went before it. He says about this painting as he does it, that the painting shows that the hands of the people have worked the earth that they put in the dish. So it speaks of manual labor, how they have honestly earned their food. This is for him a painting about labor earned and deserved. And he says it is very dark because the slides all look much lighter. I asked Sjraar, they're bright, but it's not. He says they're very muddy and they are the color of a dusty potato, unpeeled, of course. So this connection between his own work and the craft practice that he develops is central to his own attempt for justification in his own pictorial practice. And I'm just going to show you now some of the very late examples of Van Gogh's weaving. This continues throughout, and I just will show you two. I just won't read this material, but I'll give you two of the examples to show the continuity of both labor and the craft labor in Van Gogh's later practice in France. He certainly changes his style and learns a lot from the Impressionists and Post-Impressionists. He's actually absorbing Impressionism, Post-Impressionism, and Symbolism all at the same time. But he's very interested in the color contrasts that he learned in front of the weaving looms 2 years before, sorry. But what he does, according to his friend Bernard, is that Van Gogh, in trying to develop his painting in Paris, he unlaced balls of yarn that he collected in a Chinese box to see how the yarn and the color contrasts interacting. So all the art historians here know this very well, but the simultaneous contrasts of color, they heighten each other by juxtaposition. And there are three pairs, yellow and violet, blue and orange, red and green. Van Gogh is the only artist we know of, or I certainly know of, who ever reoperationalized this color theory from Chevreul, who developed them in the Gobelin tapestry works. This is a chemistry of chemical dyeing on yarn. It is not a color theory like you see the flat dots of the Neo-Impressionists, but Van Gogh tested them out, not on a palette, but in the yarn itself. This is the box in many years ago when I started this work. You could barely find it in the Van Gogh Museum. It was not even published. It's since come back out for various reasons, but this is where he stored his yarn as he experimented with color. And this is just a loom from a contemporary Dutch loom in the Netherlands. Now, just in terms of the last two examples, Van Gogh had a very hard time learning from the Neo-Impressionists to make the microdots of luminous harmony. His friend, again, Bernard, said, he just wasn't capable of making those smooth, luminous, tiny dots that would yield the luminosity from a distance. He created, what you're seeing here is a Neo-Impressionist painting by Van Rysselberghe. What Van Gogh does, according to Bernard, is he created instead zebra bars. They're more like fibrous blocks and fiber rather than the tiny painted Seurat's technical scientism of the color theory of simultaneous contrast. You can often see sometimes the figures of his pairs interlock. And I wanted to bring you to show you this one, which is the other example. We have beautiful examples in the gallery of the Japanese prints of Van Gogh's own collection. And I know I worked very hard to have a whole ensemble of them. Van Gogh also collected many Japanese prints that show spinning, weaving, and weaving looms, but he also bought and collected Japanese crépons, which are crepe prints. They're like elasticized washcloths. They're made of a paper that's very nubby and abrasive and can stretch. This is one made from the crepe print. And the second one, these are from the Van Gogh Museum. This one is sewn into a book cover. Another crepe print. So Japanism also has this textural fabric and facture that bring him to certain habits of mind and ways of seeing. Now I'll just end. These are some, I'm going to ask Devi about this. Van Gogh tended to paint in some cases on linen, kitchen towels, muslin, and rather unusual forms of media, of support. But I want to end with these last paintings and one last set of quotes from Van Gogh. These are some of the very late landscapes. And in many ways, Van Gogh is returning or celebrating in new ways woven landscapes, being a weaver of the canvas, a weaver of the fields. This one is landscape with carriage and train from I believe that I'm just forgetting it, but I'm showing you this one, which is his late landscape of the wheat fields, which is from his window at Saint-Rémy. And you can see in some ways there's a kind of bolt of thread that's going across, moving into the shuttle across to the forms of the loom. And this one of the field of poppies, there's almost like a bunch set of skeins of threads and yarn that as they move through come through hatched and intersecting in fibrous blocks on the later part of the painting. This is one of the beautiful double squares where again you have an early form in the foreground, threads that are moving through, and they continue to appear in his very late work. Now I just want to end by just suggesting two things. First, this is a very late image that Van Gogh wanted to give to Albert Aurier. So to remind you of the beginning of my talk, Aurier wrote the first celebration of Van Gogh as the isolated titanic genius in 1890. And Van Gogh wrote him a letter. He was very perplexed by it. He was happy for the attention. He wrote to Theo, well, my accomplishments are really secondary. I owe a lot of it to Gauguin, to Bernard, to Breton, to Heugten, to many others. He mentions many, many others and defers his own self to them. He says, well, why don't you give Aurier one of my give him a gift of one of my olive trees. I'd rather be a shoemaker than a musician of color. Now, I want to end with this, and I have quotes here because I think it's very poignant and beautiful today to think about in this world we're in about love and germination. In the grape harvest of Arles, we saw another one that Sjraar showed us this morning, but with Gauguin, Van Gogh and Gauguin went out to see some fields, and Gauguin was pressing him to paint from memory and to be more abstract and flattened. And by the way, the self-portrait that he sent to Gauguin, Gauguin ironed over it to make it flatter. The brooch that was on Van Gogh's self-portrait is 2 to 3 millimeters high, according to the conservationists, and he matted it out because he kept it. In this case, Van Gogh and Gauguin paint by memory a field they saw when they took a walk after rain. So this is a painting from memory. After the walk, they went back to their yellow house and each made a painting from memory of an empty field that they had seen. Van Gogh's red vineyards reimagined a sun-blasted field teeming with laborers at work, rendered in thick, glossy paint and vigorous tactile handling. It's soaked through with gloss. Gauguin, by contrast, made his empty field as an allegory of suffering, what he called the misère humaine, misery, human anguish. He depicted a woman in the fields, half-clad, crouching, lost in thought. The commentators of his friend Schufenecker said she had been involved in some form of dishevelment and sexual dalliance, but she's meditating on the ravages of the body in the midst of the repletion of the harvest. We know from many scholars that he based this crouching figure on a mummy in the Trocadero Museum that he created as a series on human misery. This is only one of many, but the memory painting of Van Gogh leads to production and labor, and Gauguin's leads to the ravages of suffering, anguish, and dematerialization. Gauguin scrapes across this canvas. It's made of burlap, so it's in Copenhagen. But the arms of the woman are frictive. They're chafed like scabby skin. He dries it out. Some of the paint is actually leaching off like some form of penitence, but it's a very dry, parched area in the midst of the repletion of the harvest. And Van Gogh, by contrast, reimagines the entire cycle of labor, getting back to what Sjraar told us this morning. In the sower, he puts sowing and the wheat in the back, bringing them together. Here, he has the sower, the harvesting of the grapes, carting them off. It's a composite assemblage of all forms of production and of repletion and the bounty of the harvest. And he is putting them as an assemblage in a single image. Now, I just want to end with this quote in relation to this painting and the difference between the two, and that is this. Just before Gauguin arrived in Arles, Van Gogh defined in his letters what he called spermatic painting, or the creative sap that materialized the artist's potency. He was thinking very much about Gauguin. Gauguin was selling his work. Theo, Van Gogh's brother, is Gauguin's dealer. So that also re-emphasized the distance between success and earning and other artists. But Gauguin also had 5 children, and Van Gogh was thinking about that form of physicality. But the spermatic painting he called, and I quote, "In every man who is healthy and natural, there is a germinating force as a grain of wheat." Back to Sjraar's wheat. So natural life is germination. What the germinating force is in the grain of wheat, love is in us. Now, as physical labor eluded him, Van Gogh displaced his hopes for generativity onto his painting. As he noted in a letter, if a man is frustrated in his physical power, he can create thoughts instead of children. And he hoped the power to create would produce posterity for his own pictures, his substitute progeny. He imagined the simultaneous colors in a way quite different, I think, from the French cast of mind. He imagines them as shining brilliantly by their association and mutual interaction. As he said, These are the essential pairs, quite enough to show you that each forms the other to shine brilliantly. They form a couple which complete each other like the love of a man and woman. So we have, again, his attitude towards this form of painting is like, he calls it, the love of two lovers is the wedding of two complementary colors. In the Red Vineyard, Van Gogh's definition of spermatic painting and his principle of complementary colors as a mingling couple like man and woman combine to evoke a sexualized visual practice whose essence was love, unity, and totality. This interdependence, causing each other to shine brilliantly, affords for him a kind of compensatory arena of the canvas and some life-affirming form of the infinite in the tangible, as he called it. While confined to this compensatory arena, the painter participated in this life-affirming relational order of ego and the world by imagining his seed bringing forth new life through paint, which in fact it has done for Van Gogh as it has for no other artist. Thank you. I think we're supposed to just, am I supposed to stay here?
This is my only opportunity to give a public thank you to Eik for this exhibition, for this symposium, and I have been following the struggles, and it was quite an effort to get the show together, and I think it's a very, very great achievement, and I'm thrilled to be here today to chat with you. I'm also extremely grateful to be able to be the discussant with Deborah Silverman's work. I was deeply impacted by Silverman's first book on the Art Nouveau and Fin de siècle France back in grad school. And then the Van Gogh book, for my money, is the most important book on the subject that there is. I really think of Van Gogh studies as being before and after Silverman's work. And just to point to two elements I thought were, I've always thought were significant, but really at the moment when I first read her work, what an impact it was is, first of all, is just to say the suggestion that religion has a central role to play in the understanding of modernism seems like a simple point, but in fact, when she first made that, it was quite dramatic. We had all collectively, I think, in our studies, bracketed willfully the religious context for the making of this art. And as I think Silverman is, quite, in the way she puts it, right, it's not a matter of iconography, but rather a kind of larger cultural sentiment, which I think is indubitable in certainly in Gauguin and Van Gogh's work. And as she's just suggested in terms of the ways that the surface qualities of these works reflect that religious sentiment, I think is highly persuasive, highly persuasive. So what I wanted to do just for 2-3 minutes here is say something about how impactful Silverman's work was on mine in my thinking about Van Gogh in my essay for the catalog for this show. And so what I want to think of this, what I wrote there is a kind of extension of what Silverman is arguing, I guess. And in thinking about it now, after just hearing again her talk now, there's 2 places of, I think, strong agreement with her, and then maybe two questions I have that remain. So I just want to briefly show a few of the images that are in my essay for this exhibition catalog. This, of course, is the cypresses in the Met Museum in New York, and this is a shot taken with my cell phone. At the top edge of this, in the upper right side of the painting. And why am I struck by that? I'm struck by that because of the ways in which the stroke relates to the edge. And this to me is absolutely characteristic of everything that Van Gogh does from beginning to end. That's really my thesis, that he has a very unique and special and pointed relationship to the nature of the frame, which is it's special in light of what's going on in the artistic world around him. That's to say, largely Impressionism. And a counterfigure to this would be someone like Monet's way of dealing with the edge. But for Van Gogh, the work is closed. I mean, I'll put it as emphatically as that. The work is closed. I think of, and this is again where I kind of, maybe the first point where I intersect with Silverman so closely is that I think Van Gogh conceived of his work as a kind of craft object. The edges that enclose the painted surface underscore the shaped, delimited nature of the work, as though we're analogous to a clothing item, say a pair of shoes, or better, like a vase, a pot, a basket, a container for storing goods. So this drawing here, you can't see it, but he signed the bottom of the bucket, right? And I think that's very characteristic of it, as though the canvas is an analogous to the bucket. And then what it does is it gathers up the overabundance of the natural world and puts it within the 4 edges of a frame. And I think it's kind of iron. I think the vases that are around this garden are being ironized as though they can't capture, of course, the superabundance of the natural world. But nonetheless, his task is to, as it were, collect a certain amount of it and show it to the world. So that he analogized that this is the kind of craft dimension, the worker dimension of it, the pair of shoes and not the music of the spheres. To go back to the Aurier question, so to think of this as think of his own work as a container, right? A vase, a pot, a box, a basket, or a container for storing goods. Now, my point is to say from beginning to end, so I'm going early to late. The way that it's characteristic that things reach out as though they're quite almost like feelers reaching out towards the edges of the work, almost universally. In these paintings towards the edges as though to articulate the shape of it as an enclosure, right? The feeling that comes with that, of course, is that it is on the one hand a sense of enclosure, but it's also dramatic expansion. But you can only get the Van Gogh effect, the power of the Van Gogh effect of this expansion by virtue of the limitation. And this is something I think someone like Mondrian got directly from Van Gogh. This is the kind of heart of the essay, not that I'm going to this really, but I just wanted to point out that I think this is in 1888, summer of 1888, paintings that don't look alike in terms of their subject, but nonetheless are, I think, closely related. And if you want to kind of focus on the boat and the area up here with the train and figures working the field, the sense of the kind of movement from right to left. This goes back to maybe the temporality question. The movement from right to left, and then it kind of walling up at the edge. And I think this is extremely characteristic. Is you're going to have, so you have the kind of the momentum of the train going this way, and the strokes of it kind of slowing it down, I want to say, as it moves this way, and then it's slowly piling up along the edge. In the same way that I feel with many of the paintings, there's a kind of drift towards the left and the edge there. Very much so in the washerwoman, this kind of sweeping up against the edge, again, articulating the shape of the canvas. And again, you have another pile of wheat and this movement here, the complicated, I think, temporality, this sense of this kind of very slow movement towards the side, towards the edge, towards the articulation of the container. I think this is also, in a sense, marking time, the grape stakes. Finally, just wanted to I kind of reiterate the point. This is also from the essay that you can see it almost bounding up against the edges and drooping, as though I mean, this is counterintuitive, right? The sense we have of Van Gogh is it expands like limitlessly. That the expansion effect is also crucial about the feel we get from Van Gogh. But again, I think the only way that we have that is by virtue of the sense in which, and here, of course, he paints in the edge, doubling the actual edge, is to emphasize the containment, the closure of the elements within it. Just finally, I saw this a few days ago with my kids. The Van Gogh immersive, right? I saw it in Seattle. Everything about this is wrong. I mean, it's wrong on multiple levels. But because the whole point of virtual reality is to get rid of the frame. It's the entire purpose of it is that there is no limitation of frame. So you have your irises that are, ubiquitously floating off the sides of it because those damn paintings are still, or, just expanding into everything around it, right? But I mean, I have this in the catalog of this painting, and it's, again, it's the feel, I mean, what it gets right, the sense of expansion, but really the way that the craft of way it's done is through a kind of limitation. So maybe the second point I wanted to emphasize in light of Silverman's work is I think that the nature of the enclosed work of art has religious implications. I think that Van Gogh is signaling the difference between human works and God's works. Human works are limited, that is to say they're delimited, that is to say limited, separate from the natural world. They do not propound to tread on God's works by spreading themselves out as though they were themselves natural objects, right? So I think there is his acceptance or acknowledgement of human limitation, that they don't propound to be as though natural objects, but not actually imagining that they spread beyond the shape of the canvas. Now, I did mention at the beginning, I might have two questions nonetheless. And that, I guess, has to do with the nature of the frame also suggests a kind of, in the sense of limitation, suggests, I think, the limit, maybe it was the limits of empathy as well. That within the 34 paintings of the Loom workers, that they're not all of one piece. That some of them are suggestive of a kind of connective element, that they are clearly suggesting a kind of proximity between himself and the weaver, and other ones where the perspective frame is so clearly evoked suggest a sense of disidentification, the sense of which them being locked away from him being not them. I think he longed for a kind of identification, but also recognized in a certain sense the limits of that capacity for a painter to be, as it were, a peasant, which is, I think, also reflected in his life. The second one, this is not in no way a kind of area of disagreement, but I am obviously stressing the nature of the autonomous work of art, not the autonomous ego. I think Silverman is absolutely right. I completely agree with the picture of a relational Van Gogh versus the kind of ego-driven Gauguin. And it is important. I could elaborate this. I think that Gauguin definitely imagined stretching beyond the limits of the canvas to grab you and hold you against your will. He had a very literal-minded sense as to what the affective properties of works of art, that the colors and lines would directly affect your nervous system, as he said, by looking at it. So the sense in which it goes off the canvas into you was quite literal for Gauguin, not at all for Van Gogh. In all of his reflections on color, he doesn't imagine that he could, as it were, automatically seize you. I mean, that would be amazing. But I think he thinks of, again, of the limitation, that these are limited objects, craft objects in the end. So they are autonomous works, but not an autonomous ego, is how I put it. That is my kind of reflections on Silverman's discussion today. I'm happy to switch it over.
Okay. Maybe you can keep in your mind that last image that Todd showed of the butterfly and the so-called delimited object with the butterfly on it. So maybe I'll just start with that. Well, oh great, I don't need the box this time. Thank you so much, Jim. Okay, well, we can leave this up. So, well, first, in relation to the question of, I guess I'll get to the question of identification afterwards and the use of the term empathy, which I try to studiously avoid and know the traps of that. But that the issue of the frame and the contrast you just proposed between Van Gogh and Gauguin, I think misses the whole idea. Certainly the idea of craft, it is a product. That's my whole argument. That it's something that he's also trying to show tangibly his own work, but also transpose it into an externalizing object that will radiate out, and actually not so much with the frame that goes out, but with the sense of color and with the sense of this underlying religiosity, that it will actually, unlike what you just said about Gauguin, it will actually promote comfort and consolation. Those are his terms for how his painting will actually afford a certain kind of connection that will yield comfort, consolation. This is a religious idea, consolatory form through color. So I don't really, I think it's a kind of anachronistic reading of a kind of postmodern to see it as the frame and the edge. I agree with you about perhaps Monet, which Van Gogh was very interested in, as you all know. But Gauguin as well, Gauguin did not only grabbing you by the science of that, that's a very early quote, but he was literally trying to efface the distance between the real world and the dream world by pushing you into the ineffable world of divinity, by flattening, dematerializing, and matting down the paint. It was going to flush you into an eternal world. So I think for both of them, the idea of the edge and the frame is kind of dissonant with their own sense of themselves in the late 19th century, rather than with, once we see the digital immersive Van Gogh and everything, I agree, it kind of layers over something very different. But in terms of Van Gogh himself, the act of painting, I don't see at all as a closed box. Many of what things he did in series, like the Berceuse, which is his most abstract painting. It's a painting you may have all seen of a woman rocking a cradle with a cradle rope. He made 5 of those, and he gave Mrs. Rouland the best one. And he thinks of these as interdependent and extending objects in the world that are going to comfort. And I mean, I don't see it as, too romantic a vision. He really sees this as his work as an artist with these assumptions of a form of extending beyond. So the framing and the perspective frame gave him like a visual fix, a way to, Meyer Shapiro said it was a way to keep out psychic disturbance because everything was rushing, and Eik writes about the quivering movement of near and far. But the idea of bringing the distance nearer was also a very deep cultural code in the Netherlands, in the world that he grew up in, not just riveting the eye to God, but to actually moving the self through the world to the distance and bringing it nearer. So I don't see them as framed, delimited objects in any way. More and more of Van Gogh's work, when we see it, he made prints before he made paintings, and he made paintings after prints and prints after painting. It wasn't a kind of part of the reason, and I think Sjraar mentioned it, or Vince, he's making so many paintings and drawings at such a pace, is he thinks of it in part as, in his own experience, maybe that would pay Theo back for supporting him all those years, and he imagines it as a kind of contract. Well, if I paint 10 every month, then that will yield X number of francs that I owe you for the years before. And then his calculus ends. He said, I'll never make it. I'll never be able to do it to pay you back. So the delimiting idea of craft product, I think, is very much a postmodernist reading. I mean, all readings are open, but in terms of trying to look at the codes of their experience, it doesn't quite fit in the world that I'm reconstituting.
Of all the things I've ever been called in my life, postmodern has not been one of them. So,
Okay, well, anachronistic.
well,
That's,
no, I mean, surely painters think of their work in terms of the frame without that being a historicist claim. That's, I mean,
Yeah.
in any case, all I was going on is what I see, right? And what I see is that the works extend to the limits of the frame in ways that Monet does not, or most of the Impressionists do not.
Yes.
Cézanne stops at the edge of the frame. Van Gogh stops at the edge of the frame. Other painters don't. So
But for
I'm
him,
just trying to
stopping at
suggest the evidence to suggest that this is what's happening.
but stopping at the edge of the frame is not, he saw it as a continuous kind of flow of interdependent connected objects, as if they're series or they're something, it's not finished. It's always provisional, and he keeps going with the same ones. I mean, it's true, they're finished objects. Many of them he didn't sign. I don't think he sees them as some sort of discrete object. And the last issue, because we're probably waiting for the next speaker, I don't know, you'd let us know. The issue of identification is a very deep one, and it's one I used. I mean, part of my work has psychoanalytic underpinnings, the whole idea of the relational ego and the ego in deference to others that's constituted in and through association with others rather than autonomous in the sense of free subjectivity in the French case where they had a revolution and you could have a single self. In the Van Gogh world of his family, there are discussions of if you're in a circle and if you take one away, the whole thing breaks down, or we don't belong to ourselves. And so identification was one of those ideas that I probably unconsciously borrowed from psychoanalysis. My husband's a psychoanalyst, so a lot of this stuff is really deeply, we'll talk about that another time, doctor. But it is something about the structures of subjectivity and how they might be historically different and with different religious cultures. So identification in the Weaver's case, Carol Zemmer made this argument many, many years ago that you're referring to. Some of the Weavers look like ghoulish giants, as he calls them. They're not something that he projects to as his soulmates, but his practice of painting is absorbing the structure. He thinks their work is more valuable because they actually he tried to make a shirt once, according to one in the mining period, where it is a craft product, but you can't wear it. So he can't earn his own space. He always feels that he's not justified. He makes the difference between, well, eventually, like in Sjraar's vision of the wheat fields, he's very reassured by identifying the cycles of nature as assuring him with some later success. He says, well, ripening, sowing, ripening, harvesting, these are going to yield for me too, eventually. So the identification issue, I don't think is dismissed, but dismisses the way that the actual visual practice takes it over in ways that afford him a space to be, even though it's always anguish because he knows he can't produce enough. And Gauguin's out there worrying about perdition and concupiscence, and he doesn't understand that at all. You know, the bodily sexuality, pleasure, and misery, that's his code. So I do hope that helps in terms of the radiance of color and the halo extending out of the frame, and then the series that are interdependent, continuous, and the practice of the work that keeps going. So it's a very complimentary and interesting reading, but I don't think that, I mean, it's just something to think more about. Okay, thank you very much.
speaker, but may I also take this opportunity to thank Eik. I'm coming from a completely different angle to many of the talks that you've heard today. I am a conservator of paintings, so I think you've placed me very smartly behind Deborah Silverman, who's talking about craft. I work very much with my hands as well as my eyes, and I've probably quite egotistically talking about ego, call this talk Vincent and I, and it's essentially about my personal experiences as a conservator of paintings with the artist. And I feel I've been incredibly privileged to have worked with amazing scholars such as we've heard today, to work on paintings by this artist. And so a special thank you, Eik, for including me in this. Again, coming from a very different angle, I will be looking at the materials that Van Gogh used. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the next half an hour or so. So my story with the artist actually begins at the tender age of 6 years old. This is me and my family in the Masai Mara in Kenya. I grew up in Africa. And every summer we would travel to Europe and we would stop off in a major European city. And one of my favorites was Paris. And that is where I remember seeing my first Van Gogh painting. I can't remember exactly the painting, but I remember it just reminded me of dessert, or it just looked very, very delicious as a 6-year-old. And essentially, I just wanted to reach out and touch the painting, which is exactly what I tried to do, when I was really startled by a Parisian security guard who shouted at me, "Ne touche pas, ne touche pas." And I think probably that's why the memory has stuck in my mind. It wasn't until about 20 years or so later that I realized actually there is a profession out there that allows you to legally touch paintings. And one of the first paintings that I worked on by Van Gogh was an absolute masterpiece. It was his painting, which has been mentioned earlier, of the Garden of the Asylum at Saint-Rémy. Belongs to the Kröller-Müller Museum, and I was given the absolutely unbelievable task of removing a very, very discolored varnish from this painting. That's me there in the lower left, putting the final touches to the painting. And this just gives you an idea of the Kröller-Müller Museum. I'm giving a slight little pitch here. It's an incredible institution. It's located in a park called the Hoge Veluwe, which is in Otterlo, and it's about an hour and a half drive from Amsterdam. One, you could call it like Van Gogh's second. Sorry, I'm sort of alternating between Van Gogh and Van Gogh. Sjraar is there, so he insisted that I said Van Gogh, so please enjoy the variation. It is a wonderful museum that I would highly recommend you to go and visit, even if it does take you out of Amsterdam. It has over 90 paintings by Van Gogh, really high quality, and it could be seen as Van Gogh's second home after the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. So this slide shows you basically the during treatment on the left and after treatment on the right. And you can see what a discolored varnish does to the surface of a painting. The areas here have already been cleaned, but you can see this discolored yellow layer on top of the surface of the painting, giving it a rather flat, grimy appearance, and one surely that Van Gogh would never have wanted. And indeed, from this period in his oeuvre, he was not applying varnishes. So it is more than likely that it was applied by a dealer or perhaps a private owner who felt that by applying a varnish onto the surface of the painting, he would saturate the colors even more. One of the misnomers about Van Gogh is that he didn't varnish any of his paintings, and that actually wasn't the case. Certainly in his Dutch period, he was varnishing his works. And he was also very aware of the blues in his painting as being very absorbent. They tended to dry out, particularly his use of Prussian blue. So he would often, wrote in his letters, you can touch up the blues a little bit with resin, and certainly that is the case. So actually, while I'm on this image here, just talking about framing, Todd and Debora, one thing that I've noticed about these paintings from his Saint-Remy period, and possibly from other paintings as well, but you have, again, this border, and it's in some cases, the border has actually been folded around the stretcher, and in other cases, it's being left open. But what it clearly defines to us is that the border of the actual painted image is such that it fits into the sight edge of the frame. So I think Van Gogh was very conscious that he was hoping that these paintings would sell, and he was painting them to be framed. And he wanted all of that image to be seen, not to be covered by the frame, which sometimes you often encounter for those of you that currently frame and unframe your artworks. That particular project came to an end. It was to last for 6 months. After 3 months, I left, only having worked on one. I was meant to work on two, but I got a wonderful opportunity to work at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, where they were undergoing a refurbishment of their 19th century galleries. And this year was incredibly formative for my love of 19th century paintings for both British and European artists. It was a real education for me. We had to get over 250 paintings ready to be hung in refurbished galleries in the Victoria and Albert Museum. So it was incredibly challenging, but I got to work on amazing paintings by Millet, Courbet, Turner, and unfortunately no Van Goghs. They don't have any at the Victoria and Albert Museum. After that year, thankfully, the Kröller Museum asked me back. And it was, again, quite a challenging project that they asked me to participate in, which is to get 75 works of art, ranging from Van Gogh right through to Mondrian, to go on a multi-venue exhibition, starting in Seattle and then moving on to Atlanta, in the High Museum, Atlanta. And this particular painting, Cafe Terrace at Night, was a signature painting, an incredible painting that had to travel to these venues. It was everywhere. It was the poster child for the exhibition. I was given the quite daunting task of making this painting stable for transport across to Seattle and then down to Atlanta. And this painting, can't really see it in this light, but if I show you this image, it looks like quite a different painting. And what I'm doing here simply is I'm using a very, very straightforward technique called raking light, essentially having a source light coming from one particular angle that goes across the surface of the painting. And what this shows us is the incredible topography of Van Gogh's facture, his brushwork. And for example, this, you can see here that the light source is actually coming from the left, and the thickness of the paint application is determined by the shadow that you see. So the length of the shadow indicates that the more thick the paint is applied on that. It's inevitable that he got this fascination for application of thick dabs of paint from an artist called Adolphe Monticelli. And in Eik's wonderful exhibition, there's numerous examples of this. So I do encourage you, when you are going around the exhibition, to feel free to bend and look at the painting at different angles, to really try and feel the tactile nature of these artworks. Van Gogh and Monticelli never met, but definitely there was that integral influence on the application of thick paint, which we were not really seeing other artists do to the same extent. Again, a very understudied, very important artist, and a very important influence on Van Gogh, particularly the Van Gogh that we know from his later works. After that exhibition, sorry, I'm just going to take a little bit of water. My tongue is sticking to the top of my mouth. For this exhibition, what I had to do for the cafe terrace at night was to stabilize these thick areas of paint. You can imagine a painting over 100 years old, like us all, ages very gracefully, and cracks occur, paint starts to fall into itself. And so we basically made the work safe to travel by consolidating a lot of these cracks and lifting paint. Another one of my projects was one of the weavers that Deborah just talked about. And again, I'm just going to sort of jump back while it's in my head, is what they were mentioning about framing and the proximity to the weaver. And from a practical point of view, because that's where I come from as a conservator, these rooms in which the weavers worked were tiny. So essentially, the only thing that could essentially fit in the room was the loom with the weaver. So physically, Van Gogh was actually, in a very small space, trying to capture an entire loom. So you can see here, I mean, in some ways it has a reminiscence of sort of Freddie Flintstone's car, but he is trying to kind of capture the monstrosity of this particular machine. One of the interesting things about this painting, which I also had to remove the discolored varnish from, is that the paint underneath was very, very sensitive. One of the things as a conservator is that we have to be able to differentiate between solvents that can safely remove the varnish without damaging the paint. So in this case, I was not able to fully remove the varnish, but I thinned it down to try and get some of that tonality of color that Van Gogh originally intended. This looks like a very, very different painting. It's the same painting, but it's seen in ultraviolet light, or black light, as we sometimes call it. This greenish, misty veil that you see over the surface of the painting is in fact residues of a natural resin varnish, excuse me, which fluoresces a green color in ultraviolet light. The dark patches that you see here along the line here is my retouching. And the reason why it fluoresces dark is it because it's the properties of the material that I'm using to retouch is very, very different to the properties that are used in the varnish. So they stand out and they're visible. So what we're trying to do here is invisible retouching, trying to incorporate all the damages in the painting so that it becomes a readable image. Yet at the same time being able to have a record of how damaged the painting is. And that can be done if you look at your painting in UV light. After the exhibitions traveled, I went back to the Cronan Museum, and my boss then at the time, Luc van der Lof, she asked me, would I like to go to Los Angeles, to the Getty for 3 months and bring with me 3 paintings. A beautiful large portrait by Fontaine-Latour, a lovely large early Renoir, and a painting by Van Gogh, the wheat fields in a mountainous landscape. What I particularly love about this symposium is we're all touching upon the same artist and bringing different aspects and different ways of looking at the painting. And one of the things that Deborah brought up about the frame, that he could only look outside his window to paint what he was seeing, and using that frame as a perspective frame is probably incredibly accurate. We don't know if he was using a perspective frame at this time. We are still investigating. Sorry. This is not vodka, just in case. Tickly throat. Actually, that would be great. wheat fields in a mountainous landscape was studied very closely by my colleague and close friend Tierna Doherty. And you can see here the reverse of the paintings. It's not something that we often see in museums. And art historians, curators, conservators, we love the reverse of paintings because we can get a lot of information. Of course, here we have the stretcher on which the canvas is attached. And we have labels of maybe exhibitions, possibly owners. Here you can quite clearly see that it belongs to the Rijksmuseum Kröller, the catalog numbers and the canvas on the back. And what we're seeing here is in fact not the original canvas. This painting has been lined, which means an additional canvas has been stuck to the back of the original canvas with a wax resin adhesive. This is very common in the Netherlands. A lot of paintings were lined with the wax resin glue, essentially. And this is, if it's not done correctly, you can imagine it's going to cause havoc and a lot of damage to artworks, and particularly with surfaces like Van Gogh that are so tactile and yeah, they're landscapes in themselves. If you apply, you can imagine if you're trying to wet or if you're trying to melt wax in order to make it like a glue, you're going to have to add heat. If you want the two canvases to attach to each other, you're going to actually have to add pressure. So between heat and pressure, you can cause a lot of damage. Unfortunately, with this particular painting, the wax resin lining has really altered what we see, how the painting would have looked back before. And the reason I say that is because this particular painting was not painted on a commercial artist canvas. It was painted on what was possibly a tablecloth. So I'm not sure if you can see it in these details, this fine red check. You can see from the details here. And that would have played an integral part in the composition itself. That red and white checked would have given a different effect, certainly on the painting. The wax resin has darkened the canvas. I'm sure you've all spilt wax one time or another on your clothing. It darkens it. And the sort of the true tonality of what Van Gogh originally would have intended this painting to look like has disappeared, or altered, should I say. While in Los Angeles, the Van Gogh Museum reached out to me and asked me would I be interested in coming to look at their early Van Gogh paintings on a 3-month contract. And I, of course, said, oh, yes, thank you very much. That offer was given to me by Sjraar van Heugten, so one of my mentors. And the arrow there is pointing to our little studio. This was before the renovations happened to the Van Gogh Museum in I think it was 2014, 2015. So one of the first paintings that I looked at and studied closely was Still Life with Potatoes, basket potatoes. And I often think that Sjraar gave me all these potato studies to look at because he knew I was Irish and had a fondness for the spuds. The very interesting thing about these Dutch paintings is they're not hugely attractive, but they're incredibly interesting. Another technique that we use as conservators is taking X-rays of paintings. And here you have an X-ray of this particular painting, and it doesn't really make much sense. If any of you have had an X-ray, you'll be well aware that X-rays penetrate right through the paint layers in this particular case, as opposed to a body part. It penetrates right through to the canvas, and those elements in the painting that that are very dense, heavy elements such as lead white appear white. The darker passages, the X-rays actually penetrate right through the canvas. If I turn this canvas 90 degrees clockwise, and we do decipher a woman sitting in front of an image of a window, possibly sewing, possibly peeling potatoes. We know that he did this subject. And furthermore, if we turn this again 90 degrees clockwise, and we highlight visibility of kind of try and make out what we're seeing, we do decipher a shepherd with sheep and a little dog. Composition, very, very well-known artworks by Anton Mauve, and also a huge influence on Van Gogh. Anton Mauve, basically, I think he was introduced to me as the artist who paints sheep going and sheep coming. So in essence, a very interesting painting, which is probably a study on simultaneous color contrasts, actually turns out to be 3 paintings where we think there might only be the one. I was then, my contract was extended, and with that, the project I was working was also extended, and it expanded to include Van Gogh in context, looking at his contemporaries and both his Dutch and his French contemporaries. And I was given that opportunity to study both works by Van Gogh and by his contemporaries. Looking at some of his Dutch contemporaries, we see some of the works here in the exhibition, which is wonderful. Some by Wijzenbrug and Anton Mauve. They have a wonderful painting of women digging, I think, for potatoes. Matthij Maris, of course, Anton van Rappard, and George Breitner. It was Mauve really who instigated Van Gogh picking up oil paint and applying that to a support of some sort. So he spent 3 weeks in Anton Mauve's studio. Anton Mauve was a very respected artist from the Hague School of Painters, also known as the Grey School, because of the tonality of their works, which was predominantly grey. And you can see here he writes that he was in his studio and he was put to painting still lives. And here are those 3 still lives, or 3 of the 5 still lives that he painted. All of these, interestingly, are on paper, stuck on, in some cases, to panel, and in some cases, to canvas. The paper was textured so that there was a priming layer applied. It had a texture that almost resembled canvas. So it was a cheap alternative to actually doing these studies as a young artist, starting off rather than wasting canvases. It was a cheaper alternative. So, of course, I'm approaching all of his choice of supports, etc., from a very practical point of view. And I think that's possibly why he chose these particular supports. They since, by later interventions, have been applied onto canvas and wood. So he starts picking up paint and paints of different colors, and he starts reading about color theory. The science of color was becoming very widespread amongst artists. And this wonderful looking gentleman here, Michel, he's been already mentioned. He wrote about simultaneous color contrasts. And we have Charles Blanc, who also wrote about complementary color contrasts. And just in brief, color chemistry is incredibly complicated. So in my simplistic way, I will just highlight what Van Gogh was reading at the time and perhaps not fully understanding. What we have here is complementary colors. So if you juxtapose a violet next to a yellow, they will complement each other and be much more vibrant. So they'll kind of hit off each other. The same would go for orange and blue and red and green. And Van Gogh was reading about this and of course trying to apply it to his painting technique. And one of the things that we did at the Van Gogh Museum was we did a small exhibition. These were the annual exhibitions that came up and focusing on Van Gogh studio practice. And myself and a colleague, Maite van Dijk, we worked on this exhibition trying to highlight how Van Gogh at this stage didn't really comprehend color theory. But what we do see here is the red hat and the green garment, again, playing their complementary colors. But what we do find, even in his darker paintings, he's using those primary colors that we see on the color wheel. He uses red, yellow, and blue. And when we take small samples from paintings and analyze them, we found the presence of red, yellow, and blue pigments, but they were mixed in such a way that they became muddy. So I think one of the things in looking at these darker paintings, and I think sometimes they get a bad rep, but he was really, really, as I think it might have been Vincent this morning said, he would throw himself into studying and trying to get his brushwork and his combination of colors on the palette to work for him. And he did over 40 studies of heads. And this was probably all in preparation for his masterpiece, the Potato Eaters. This painting also came up earlier. And a small little painting, one of his first, A Girl in a Wood. And what's lovely about this particular painting is, again, it's on paper. And you see certain techniques that he was starting to use, that he began to use throughout his entire career, but again, refined them as he began to become more experienced as a painter. So what we see is something that we call stereomicroscopy. This is actually a detail of this little figure in the background. And what Van Gogh has done, he's actually scraped into the wet paint and created this figure by scratching into the wet paint. He's also done that for the trees here as well. Stereomicroscopy, which it's a wonderful way to look at a Van Gogh painting. I'll say that. It's incredibly intimate. For any of you scuba divers out there, it's kind of like scuba diving. You go into a very different world and you are immersed, really immersed into the real Van Gogh paintings, and it's a great privilege to be able to do that. So again, thank you, Eik, for giving me this opportunity to share some of these images that I was able to see. But these little findings tell us a lot about Van Gogh's studio practice. So what we see here is actually a tack hole in the wet paint. And what we see here is a leaf embedded in the paint. So essentially what we have is Van Gogh immersing himself in nature, literally on the ground, possibly with a perspective frame, which we have found some evidence of in this painting, trying to capture the essence of the scene in front of him. This image here is taken in infrared, and infrared allows us to see beneath the paint layers. And what we found were horizontal and vertical lines that could be referring to the use of a perspective frame. So the underdrawing and use of charcoal would be detected in infrared. And that's what we were seeing here. And then all these are all the pinholes. Now, either he was pinning this to the wall when he got home, or maybe he was using a taquet-bois, which is these little pins that you can put in, which it's like a divider so that your paintings don't stick to each other when you're bringing them back into the studio. And of course, and the leaves. Again, just very briefly touching on the perspective frame, and thank you, Debora, you did all the hard work for me. He was reading Armand Consaigne, he was learning about the perspective frame and the window, letter sketches again that Debora brought up, highlighting how he designed this particular frame that worked for him and that he uses again right through to his death in 1890. The evidence of the use of the perspective frame in these later works is not as obvious. I don't know whether that's because the type of material he used is not picked up in infrared, or that he became much more experienced with it, so he didn't feel that he had to draw the perspective frame per se onto the canvas. And this painting here actually gives a much better indication of how he was using the perspective frame when he was in Paris. Again, if we look at the painting in infrared, we can see, the perspective frame as outlined in those sketches. Here, I don't see any main point of reference in where all the threads cross, so to speak. But a very interesting way to sort of draw this onto the primed canvas and then paint on top of that. So while we're in Paris, since we've moved there now, when Van Gogh arrived there in February 1886, I think it was February, but please forgive me if I'm wrong on that level. He worked in the studio of Ferdinand Cormon, and it was there that he met artists like Emile Bernard, John Peter Russell, the Australian artist. I think we have Toulouse-Lautrec. This is Cormon himself here demonstrating to his very attentive students. He didn't stay that long in Cormon's studio, but what he did do was immerse himself in the art culture outside of the Cormon Atelier Cormon. And he met many artists, some of who he writes about, others he does not. But we know, for example, that himself and Toulouse-Lautrec here down in the corner met. We also know that he met Bernard in person. Gauguin, I'm not sure if he met him in Paris or if it was later, but was obviously seeing all the works by these artists and learning from them and seeing the use of color and what they were doing with their paintbrushes and how they were applying the paint. Again, something that was mentioned, was Marnin, you mentioned about Raffaëlli. Again, like Monticelli, a very understudied artist whose influence I think was much broader than we are aware of. And I do believe there's somebody in the audience here who's doing a PhD on Van Gogh and Raffaëlli, which is wonderful. I can't wait to meet you. But here we have a painting by Raffaëlli on the far right. And he's there using a technique that almost looks like pastel. And it's a technique we call peinture à l'essence. I'm sure many of you have heard of it. It was a technique in which the oil from the paint was seeped out using a blotting paper or newspaper. And then those little remnants of paint were then thinned with Venice turpentine or maybe a spike oil. And then the artist was able to apply very, very thin layers. I mean, in this painting here, belonging to Rausch and Grace Douwan, an incredible collection of Raffaelli's, uses here the support of the cardboard as the midtones. And the image is smooth, very delicate paintings, but they really captured the mateness that Deborah was talking about earlier, this matte aesthetic, wanting to move away from these glossy, academic varnished surfaces. Toulouse-Lautrec, of course, had learned from Raffaëlli visually, but also from Degas, who learned much of this technique probably from Raffaëlli. And you have here Van Gogh self-portraits that he did in Paris, flirting with this technique of peinture à l'essence. And this painting is on cardboard and it has been primed with an absorbent ground. So his choice of support, his choice of the ground on that support were all chosen to absorb any excess oil. And this was a wonderful case study. I was doing a reconstruction workshop with students at the University of Amsterdam, and we chose this. And they were all complaining because the paint absorbed so fastly, so quickly that it was dry as they were painting it. It was drying, and it became very, very difficult. So that in itself was a really interesting learning lesson in terms of, Van Gogh's oeuvre, the amount of paintings he did, the speed at which some of the paints dried and others didn't, how many paintings he might have had on the go at the same time. So all these kind of things are giving us little clues to his technique and his studio practice. Then we talk about his relationship with Emile Bernard and Paul Gauguin. Very interesting relationship between the three and their discussions about art. And again, touched upon by Debora, we have Gauguin's self-portrait dedicated to Van Gogh with the postal stamp of Emile Bernard, and Emile Bernard dedicating his painting to Vincent with his postal stamp of Gauguin. And then we have here, of course, a little indication towards Japanese prints and the influence that it's having on them. And then, of course, Van Gogh's portrait, self-portrait of the Bonds, dedicated to Paul Gauguin. The inscription actually is along the top. It's very, very damaged. The painting at the time that it was in Gauguin's possession was damaged, and it was Gauguin who actually restored it, which is probably why he also used an iron to try and heal some of the damaged paint and canvas in the back. So after this study, I left the Van Gogh Museum. And the year after I left, a lot of the information that we had, there was a huge team of us working on this project of art historians and scientists and conservators. And so there was a publication for the exhibition. And also there was a scholarly publication in which, if you're at all interested in the relationship between these three artists, Bernard, Gauguin, and Van Gogh, and the exchange of their portraits and what they learned from each other. So then we take another pause. I packed up my house and I left the Netherlands. My house is still there, but physically I'm not, and I moved to work at the Getty, initially on a 3-year contract. It's in 2012. My first painting to work on at the Getty was Van Gogh's Weaver, which Deborah talked about earlier. And I was given the onerous task of removing the discolored varnish from this weaver because of what I had done on the last weaver. And these dark paintings are notoriously difficult to clean. There's a lot of medium in the paint. Sometimes the solubility of that medium is very similar to the varnish. So they're very difficult to clean. I just thought I'd throw this in because there's that element of talking about craft. Here are my hands working under the microscope in what we consider now to be a relatively flat Van Gogh painting, but you can see how in the highlights along the cloth here that the paint is more thickly applied, and of course it's trapped within the interstices of the paint, which requires working with it with a very fine paintbrush and solvent and a cotton swab. But you can see how visually it makes such a difference to remove that discolored varnish, trying to gain back something of how the painting looked when Van Gogh, when it left his studio. The next painting I was given was also a Van Gogh, so I thought, well, maybe I should have just stayed in the Netherlands. But it was this fantastic painting at the Norton Simon. It's a portrait of a peasant of Patience Escalier. And you'll see here again, harping back to the influence of Millet. He writes, "You'll shortly make the acquaintance of Mr. Patience Escalier, a sort of man with a hoe, an old Camargue, Oxford, who's now a gardener at a farmstead at the Crow." This particular painting I did not treat. It did not require treatment. They requested that we do a technical examination of the painting to try and understand its makeup, so to speak. We took an X-ray of the painting, and as you can see, there's not enormous amount of changes. We are seeing the nails around the edges. And of course, those more densely contained pigments and thick paint layers are not allowing the X-rays to penetrate through, which is why they appear white. And if I show a detail, what these X-rays do for us as well, and as many of you know, they show us the original canvas. So you can see here the warp and the weft of the canvas, of the original canvas, because, sorry, I'll go. It's the warp and the weft, and why that's important to us is that we can tell how fine the actual canvas is, but really, who really cares how fine the canvas is? And actually we care, because one of the things that has developed from this particular practice that we used to do as conservators, we used to go throughout we used to find several spots around the painting, and we would use a little microscope and we would count all the threads that go left, the warp threads and all the weft threads, and try and come up with an average. Incredibly time consuming. But basically what it would tell us was whether he was using similar canvases at that time, or maybe using different canvases. It was very, very time consuming. But then along came Rick Johnson and later his colleague Don Johnson, not from Miami Vice, because another gentleman, incredible computer savvy engineer. And what they were able to do is they were able to do algorithms using their PhD students to come up with a system in which all of these could be counted using certain algorithms. And essentially then they were able to match up paintings that from one long 10-meter strip of canvas. Now, if I go back and say canvases and the reproduction of canvas in the 19th century, they would make very, very long batches of canvas, always no more than 2 meters wide at this stage, or in the height here. And those batches would then be cut up by the colorman in 10-meter long strips and basically put on a really, really large stretching frame and primed with the ground layer or the priming. And Van Gogh would ask Theo to send him these large strips of canvas from which he would then cut out the sizes of the canvases in order to paint. So what you can see on the particular canvas that we find, we don't know if it's from the actual same bolt or if it's from the actual strip, but we know that this painting was on the same canvas that the Sunflowers was on the Yellow House, and interestingly, the Cafe Terrace at night. So it gives you, again, an introduction into his working practice as not being that spontaneous genius who only works in frenzy, but somebody who thinks very, very methodically of how many paintings he can get out of a 10-meter by 2-meter roll of canvas. Might I also add at this time that in the 19th century, standard canvases were standardized. So you had standardized sizes of canvas, ranging from a size 2 right up to a size 60. And what I feel was Van Gogh was doing was that he had a lot of these stretchers, and he would cut out the paintings onto these standardized stretchers, paint the image, take it off and send it up to Van Gogh. It's not often that you see him writing about stretcher frames. He does mention it a few times that he has sent some paintings up to Theo on stretcher frames, but for the most part, we feel that he was sending them either in flat batches. I don't think they were rolled, but I could be wrong on that. Again, raking light, now something that you're all familiar with. Talking earlier about the relationship with peasants and portraiture, and I think in this particular portrait, he has really captured the essence of the peasant. You really get a sense of the rugged landscape and the sort of the hard toil of this particular peasant, or gardener, should I say. Again, lovely, lovely rhythmic brushstrokes, which in raking light become very, very obvious. Some details I just thought I would share with you, again, giving us an idea into his working practice and his buildup of paint layers. Here's the eyes of Patience Escalier, and going in a little bit closer, we have, this is a detail of his proper left eye. But what we're seeing here is just something so basically simple, but incredibly effective. Under the microscope, we see this beautiful turquoise sort of blob of paint, should I say, being applied, and we can see that it's been applied after the iris has been strengthened. So microscopic and looking under the microscope can really give us some insight into the paint layer buildup. And of course, there's no mixing of paint, so the paint underneath would be dry. If it was wet, we would get much more sort of mingling of paint, something like you see up here, where the red and the yellow sort of intermingle. Again, just because this is giving you an idea of application of the signature later, you can see here quite clearly the C and the T sort of hugging almost the impasto, the ridge of the paint. So you can see that he would have done this when the underlying paint would be dry. And I will end on the irises back in the Garden of the Asylum again. This is the Getty's painting, and one of the silver linings of our pandemic was that Catherine Patterson, who's here with me in the audience, a conservation scientist, and myself had a long, I think probably since 2013, to get the painting off the wall to study it in depth. And of course, the painting never comes off the wall. We only are closed to the public one day a week. And to ask Scott Allen if we could have the irises down in the studio for several months was not going to be given to us. So with the museum closed to the public for such a long period of time, we really took advantage of being able to sort of focus all our stresses and strains of what was going on externally into this one painting, and literally study every last inch of the painting. Again, this particular painting highlights the color theory that I was talking about earlier. And with the, this is what I just love. I didn't know what Deborah was going to be talking about, but she's talking about the lacquer box full of these colored balls that Van Gogh was using. And it was Catherine actually who found this painting relatively recently of Michel. And she pointed out, isn't it very interesting that here he has his three threads of red, blue, and yellow, your primary colors, probably from his the factory at Gobelin. So it's just a very nice kind of interconnection of these threads and weaving and craft. Just sort of highlighting how you put that into practice. We have here the blue and the yellow, and we have the blue and the yellow. That's going to be contested perhaps at some later stage, but we definitely have blue and yellow here. And then we have the yellow and the orange, and here we can see yellow and orange. So there he is sort of experimenting with these threads before he puts into practice on the actual canvas itself. So as you all know, in May, he arrived at the asylum in May 1889, on the 8th of May. And on the 9th of May, he writes to his brother that he's already started working on 2 canvases. And these are the 2 canvases that he works on. Eik talked about this sort of being close up and being far away. I think we very, very much get that here. We almost have a portrait here of irises, which possibly could be this collection of irises here. He might have even painted it sitting underneath. We don't know, but Catherine and I have been invited by the director, Monsieur Boulon, of the asylum to go and spend some time there. How long depends on our our evaluation. But yeah, so this is this sort of toing and froing of having close up and then moving far away. This is the back of the irises. It's something that you perhaps might never get to see, but if I asked you whether this painting was lined or not, I'd hope that you'd say it looked lined to me. So yes, it is lined. We therefore do not have access to the reverse of the original canvas, but what we do have are X-rays, thank goodness. And this wonderful technology where we can analyze the canvas and see also some compositional changes. Here's just one that you might see here. So initially, Van Gogh intended this stem to, can't really see from this. Where am I, Catherine? Here? Yeah. So he decided to block that out. But what it does give you is an insight into that this looks very, there doesn't seem to be very many changes. He seems to have had quite a clear idea of how he wanted to outline the composition. You do have some later additions of irises that he added later. I never really understood what these were until I walked to place where I'm staying in Santa Barbara, where there are live violet irises and there are dead ones. And when the irises die, they seem to curl up into these little balls. Speaking of violet, Van Gogh writes in his letters that he's working on violet irises as well as the lilac bush. I'll bring you back to those two paintings. As we see the painting now, they does not appear to be violet. And something that you might very much well be aware of. And we have a wonderful example in the exhibition from the National Gallery in Washington, Still Life of Roses, where the red component has actually faded. So one of the things that Catherine and I are in the midst of doing at this particular time is trying to see to what extent the red component in this painting might have faded. How violet were these irises? Van Gogh, a colorist who absolutely loved color, I don't think would write they were violet, and if they were, and paint them blue. So one of the things is we're trying to find evidence of this fading. So yeah, watch this space. Again, we're able to do the thread count, and we were able to see that actually this particular canvas was one that he brought from Arles. So the works that he has that are on this canvas that has been determined through this technology, the automated thread count database, shows that this canvas was one that he brought from Arles. And that was another thing that Catherine and I are trying to establish, is what exactly did he bring from Arles to the asylum? Because that first month he didn't have very many materials, so he was relying on the materials that he was bringing from Arles. Might also have made him make certain practical choices of what color to use, depending on how much paint he had left. Some things to think about when we're looking at these paintings and the choices that he made. I'm going to end on a little film that was made. It's a YouTube film. I think you will, you can look it up online, but it gives you an idea of what Catherine and I were doing during those very special months. We will never have that opportunity again to spend that time looking at the painting. And we were very, very lucky to have an extra pair of hands with a post-baccalaureate intern, Michel Tangara, whose additional eyes, young and vibrant that they were, really helped Catherine and I and answered some of our questions. A very smart lady. So enjoy. If I could have the volume, would be great. The similarities between conservation and the medical field is that what we work on are usually, they don't talk back to you. Here we have the actual surface of the painting being scanned so that we can actually alternate and move the painting around without actually moving it, actually reducing the handling. Okay. Let's see how I can get on to the next one. Sorry, I have one more slide on here, which is a very important one. Let's see if I can pull it up.
Well, Debbie,
Yes.
having
Yes,
met
boss.
your lovely father and mother, I'm really tempted to dig a bit deeper in your family history,
Oh, yes.
but let's not do that. My first question is about Monticelli, who is had such an enormous influence on Van Gogh. Much of that is the impasto, but not just the impasto. Color, of course, Delacroix comes in. But Van Gogh also talks about Monticelli tempting him to make a kind of structure like a tapestry almost, like textile. Could you elaborate a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of it nicely ties into Deborah's talk as well about with a lot of his well, particularly in his late works, but you also get it in his earlier works. You see this build up of paint layers. Sometimes in his earlier works, we've come across layers. Actually, The Girl in the Wood, we found, I think it was 12 layers of paint. So even though they look very flat on the screen, they're actually, his paint application is very thick, even from the very beginning. And I do feel when he made that really important trip to Amsterdam to be there for the opening of the Rijksmuseum, and he saw Rembrandt's Jewish Bride, and he saw the thick use of paint. Oh, I'm sorry. He saw the Jewish Bride on that sleeve there. He's got this wonderful thick use of paint. I think there was something comforting about that to Van Gogh, that he wasn't completely going off the rails, that he was doing, if somebody like Rembrandt was applying paint in this way, which has that element of interweaving paint. We're talking about paint wet and wet. You can have some examples that we've seen under the microscope where even on that level, you have like threads of paint, different color threads of paint, even in one brush stroke. So you do get that sense of there being that tactile tapestry element when you look at the surface of the paintings.
So we found in Monticelli yet another example, really, and then take it further in Arles, where he's really looking for that kind of technique.
Yeah, but I think even in Arles, like when he goes down to Arles, you do get him like with Signac and Sjraar, and he picks up little ideas from. I mean, he as I said, he sort of flirted with Panchalaisance, he flirted with pointillism and divisionism, but his mind wouldn't go to that sort of scientific approach of applying paint. But he does pick something up from them, and he makes it his own signature work, which is quite modern. And when you look at the paintings in Raking Light, you do see this constant sort of matteness and glossiness. If the paint is thicker, it's going to be more glossy. If it's thinner, it's going to be more matte. So I do think that even though he has his signature style, there are elements certainly in his almond blossoms, and there's that wonderful painting in the Krullenmuller Museum of the dining room, where he's kind of playing around with application of paint. So it was more in terms of paint application rather than the theory behind that Signac, for example, was using.
Which brings me to my next question, because Van Gogh studied Charles Blanc, which was written for artists and quite comprehensible. One of the problems, by the way, he talked about color, and the only color in that book was that color circle. The rest it was all black and white. But he could understand that, though the application of the theories was difficult at the time. Would he have understood Chevreul, or would that come secondhand? Because Chevreul really is quite complicated.
Yes. Well, I was going to talk about simultaneous color contrast, and I thought, it's the final talk. There's a wonderful exhibition to see. I do not want everyone to fall asleep. I think he actually was able to master Chevreul's theory of simultaneous color contrast in his Dutch period, because it's all about different mixing of the primary colors. So if you have red and green, and if you add more green or if you add more red, you're going to get different tonal values. And if you put them side by side, there's a neutralization going on of the color. Whereas if you have a primary color and you put it beside one of these mixed colors, you have a contrast. So that's actually in about 30 seconds, what would have taken me much longer. But it's highly complicated, but I do think, and he writes about it to Theo when he's doing the weavers, and he has those little patches of color that he puts in the letter, I think. So I feel that he had a better comprehension of that than color contrast during his Dutch period.
Yeah, and of course he learned a lot when he went to Paris, and he really learned how to apply those contrasts. But to me, Chevreul might be a step too far. Seurat and Signac certainly used him, even met him. Seurat certainly, Signac I'm not so sure. He was 100 years old by then. But Chevreul is often mentioned. I think it was often through other books that they learned about his theories. Whatever that may be. It's becoming late. One last question. Van Gogh uses unusual techniques sometimes, like scraping. He did that at an early stage in his drawings, invented techniques even to make it possible, putting lithographic chalk on pencil, and then you can neatly scrape the lithographic chalk away. You see that scraping also in paintings. To my mind, they are related. Could you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, there was that one example of Girl in the Wood, but if I can quickly do this and take you back to the image of Cafe Terrace at night in raking light. Gosh, this was quite long. Okay. What you see in certain areas, actually, I think in these details, if you could just dampen the light a little bit, because I think it'll be quite clear. So what you see here is actual scraping in the wet paint to create the devices to hang the lights. So I definitely think scraping was something that he did right through his oeuvre, and in some cases, and I think in the potato studies, I think he scratched his name into the wet paint. Vincent, he did. So that was one. You don't see much use of a palette knife. You don't see much use of mixed media unless leaves happen to be part of that, but they're more accidental. But yeah, for the most part, I think it's just thick application of paint. Maybe, yeah, there's not many other little tricks I think he might have done that I'm certainly aware of. I mean, I think he used, certainly there was that lovely image of the ships, the seas, the marine study that he did when he was in Arles, where you've got sand stuck in the paint, and he's kind of used that to the advantage. So sort of accidents of nature, he seems to incorporate as well into his work, whether he's unaware of it or whether it's not important to him, I'm not sure. But the scraping is definitely something. And I always think that, particularly when you're looking at these works in raking light, there's such a draftsmanship to his work. He really was an ultimate draftsman, I think. And in many ways, even though you had Raffaëlli and you had Toulouse-Lautrec essentially drawing with color, with their pastels and with their thinned paint, here you have also Van Gogh drawing with very thick paint, creating lines when you look at the painting in raking light. But there's that draftsmanship that never seems to go away. So, yeah.
I think we'll have to leave it at this,
Okay.
Eik.
I think so. Although I do want to open it up to the public a little bit. So maybe we can take a few questions if anybody has anything they'd like to pose.
Whether the his brother end up selling his paintings?
Who wants to take this one? When did his brother sell his paintings? His brother died very rapidly after he died, so
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
she wanted to know about the family selling his art. After his death.
Well, the family had to sell art because when after Vincent died, most of the paintings and drawings went to Theo, who died half a year later. So that left his widow without much income, and the whole collection was left to the family. But the family agreed that paintings and drawings should be sold for money, but also to spread the fame of Van Gogh over the world. It was a kind of a generosity towards the rest of the world, and Jo van Gogh, Theo's widow, took a conscious decision to sell very good works to museums, for example. She wanted to go one of the versions of the sunflowers to the National Gallery in London. So there were two parts. There were so many paintings, hundreds, and drawings. I mean, in the Van Gogh Museum, there are still 200 drawings and 200 paintings and some 500 drawings. Should everything have been together, you would have needed 3 museums in the Netherlands dedicated to Van Gogh. So that was very good. Yeah. And when Jo van Gogh died, the son, Vincent Willem, intended to keep everything together, and he did, and even bought some more works where he thought that there were gaps in the collection. So basically, it's a practical thing, but also a question of generosity.
Right. And legacy.
Yeah.
First, I want to thank the speakers. This was a wonderful, wonderful day. The question I have is, I've often been impressed by the influence of Japanese printmakers and Japanese artists on Van Gogh, and I wondered if anyone would comment on that.
Well, galleries, you'll see many examples if you can see the show. I mean, all of us have studied this a little bit. I mean, Van Gogh had his own collection in the Van Gogh Museum. There are boxes, and many of his objects were not expensive. He bought a lot of prints and the colored woodblock prints, but they're still, he was sparked in his interest by being in Paris in some ways, and all the artists being influenced by that. But he also he had certain interests of his own. There are a lot of frames in his Japanese prints. There's depictions of weaving and spinning from silk and lots of looking through windows, but he also loved the Mount Fuji, which he thought was in Arles, and Arles has very low mountains. And he thought, oh, this looks like Japan. So it's very important. There's a lot of wonderful work about, art historians call it Japanism, the whole movement. So, but I was interested in the crepe prints, the ones that are less thin and more like a washcloth that he also used to sew a book with. So it's a huge topic and range, but in the exhibition, you'll be able to see some wonderful examples and explanations.
So I think I'm gonna pause it there, just because if you did want to go and run upstairs and see the exhibition and look at the actual art, and then we're still open for a while. And of course, you can always come back. And also just to mention that the events of the Scholars Day tomorrow, which is closed to the public, they will be simulcast still, so you can actually access that via Zoom. So just check our website if you would like to participate. Otherwise, they'll be recorded and posted after the fact, so you can access them that way too. But again, thank you so much for your attention and your time.